here with the Texas Invitational. We have Mr. Grant from Corsicana, Texas, that's going to lead us in our prayer today, so please join us.
Bow with me. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day you've given us to come and show these cattle, and please keep all the cattle and exhibitors safe and everyone safe travels back home. And thank you for this week and this weekend that you've given us to come out here and show. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Grant. Miss Jenna Schultz from Spring, Texas is going to lead us in our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Jenna. Let's show some Brangus cattle. We're going to have Miss Mary Douglas as our announcer today, Dr. Jason Clear as our judge, and we're going to go ahead and get started with Class 2 Black Brangus. This is a single class in this division, so this will also be a class and a division.
Class 2 is entering the ring. Entry number 42, shown by Sarah Altman, TCR Clara, 1252 K2. Entry number 207, exhibited I Twisted S Cattle, Smart Miss Sally, 804K. Entry 638, shown by Olivia Adams, Miss O.A. Jenny, 092K3. Entry 35, shown by Macy Merrick, MG Lady May, 915K. Entry 334, shown by Camille Burns, BB Miss Master Plan, 150K2. Entry 327 shown by Chloe Wise, TCR Rita 302K1. And to round out the class, entry 683 shown by Gracie Johnson, JCF Ms. Josie's Encore. This is class 2.
Good morning, and it's certainly a pleasure to be here and work with the cattle today. And I think we're starting off on a good note here. This is a heifer I think is pretty intriguing in my mind. She is probably the greenest female out here, but we're talking about females that are just 4, maybe 4.5 months old. And I think if you study this female here, she's appropriate condition, frame size, and just a neat female that's got a lot of growth potential to her and room to grow. I think she's long necked, she's flat shouldered, she's big bellied. You get around behind her and she's square out of her hip, and she's thick made and she's sound. I think this is an awfully good female. The next heifer in the lineup's one that is a big bellied kind of a female, maybe a little bit earlier maturing type female. But I think as you study her, she's got a lot of muscle dimension to her. She's sound, and she's extended out of her front end. I think the question mark on her is how that shoulder will continue to tie into her, if she's going to get just a little bit rounder shoulder as she matures with that. And then we come into a couple of heifers that, to me, as far as frame score, they're just too big. And, we've got 4-month-old heifers, 4.5 months, and that heifer's big. And, that's just a pet peeve of mine. And as you study her, you like the muscle, you like the rib, the extension. She's just a little too big. This next heifer's one that's probably a little on the bigger size for me as well. But I think as you compare her to some of those in front of her, she's also a little bolder shoulder, a little shorter fronted, not as attractive in that first third of her body. This next little heifer is a kind of a neat little maid heifer. I love her from her shoulder back. She's big rib. She's got enough muscle and bone to her. I guess you study her, she's just a little bit plainer out of her neck. We could extend that neck a little bit, clean her up just a touch. That's a nice female. And then we get a couple of heifers to round out the class that are females that have some middle rib shape to them. They just maybe don't balance out as well. They're not as attractive out of the first third of their body, maybe not as attractive when you set them in motion. But a nice set of heifers, good way to start the day out.
Class champion and division winner from Class 2 and junior heifer calf champion is entry 334, shown by Camille Burns. And your reserve junior heifer calf champion is entry 683, shown by Chloe Wise. Your black class 5 is entering the ring, entry number 136, shown by Catherine Allen. ACC's Josie, 674J16. Entry number 326, shown by Chloe Wise. TCR Jody Diane, 56J. Entry 121, shown by Clevie Allen. ACC's Reese's, 649JA. And entry 122, also shown by Clevie Allen. ACC Jolene, 674J14. Entry 145, shown by Casey Delona Harper. HCT Miss Sloan, 449J. And entry in 362, shown by MP Brangus. MP Miss Midnight Star, 804J38. This is class 5 in the ring.
I think we can start off this class with just two heifers that, to me, they surface to the top pretty handily. I think if you study these two females and the future in these females, it is bright. Two really nice November calves here. The one that wins that I think is pretty darn unique. I love the extension of body that this female has. I love the extension of neck and how that neck comes high out of her spine. She's beautiful legged. She's thick made. Just a high quality female that just has a tremendous presence out here in the show ring. The next heifer in the lineup is one, too, that I think as you study her and her ability to turn into a mature cow, I think this is a really good one as well. She's a female that's maybe not as stout muscled, maybe not as stout boned as the one in front of her, and a female that is maybe not as big backed. But this is an awfully good female. I think probably the advantage that this heifer has over the other one, she's just a touch flatter shouldered. And if you want to criticize the one that wins the class, that may be where it is a little bit. But I think that's two awfully good females to start the class out. We rounded out by the third in this class is another really big, stout, growthy kind of a female. For me, probably just on the upper end of frame scale, just for my type and kind. But another high-quality female as well, one that's got some extension of body, length of front end, and big-bellied as well. Her challenge probably is more when you set her in motion. She wants to just be up in her pasterns a little bit. I'd like to see her a lot softer footed like that first and second place. Another good female that comes in next in line, one that I like her belly shape. She's pretty green today, and I guess the question marks on her is how that shoulder's going to tie in as she matures and lays some fat down. She is just a little more rougher shouldered than some of those in front of her, but another good female. And then we rounded out the class with one that is a long-bodied, growthy kind of a female, maybe just not as attractive put together as some of the others, and maybe not as doesn't move as well off those hind legs. But a good set of females. Congratulations.
Placings for Class 5. First place, entry 136. Second place, entry 362. Third place, entry 326. Fourth place, entry 122. And fifth place to 145. This is Class 6A entering the ring. Entry number 17, shown by Triple Crown Ranch, TCR Reina 302J14. Entry 688, shown by Kennedy Gordon, 468J HCC Miss Dolly's. Entry 156, shown by Caden Pickett, TCR Bonnie 302J12. Entry number 137, shown by Catherine Allen, ACCC Jungle Cat 674J12. Entry number 706, shown by Sadie Roach, TCR Penny 313J7. And entry 36, shown by Macy Merrick, JCF Miss Jordan. This is Class 6A in the ring.
Well, a good way to start off this particular class. I think this is a really high quality female. As you see her moving out there and you set her in motion, she's really soft in her posture and she gets out and hits her stride. And from a structure standpoint, I love this way this female's put together. She's long spined and long fronted, good shouldered, and still has some muscle and bone mass to go along with it. This is a really nice female. The heifer that's next in line is a little bit greener in condition than probably any of the other heifers out here today. But I think as you study her, you appreciate the flatness of shoulder, the extension of front end, the stoutness of bone, and how she moves as well. And you look at her and you get around behind her, and this heifer's got a lot of muscle, and she's big-backed. Maybe just not as powerful as the female in front of her, but another high-quality one. The next heifer in the lineup's one that just hard to get a good look at her. She's not acting as well for the young man, but I think as you look at the things you like about her, she's big-ribbed, she's deep-bodied, she's one that's probably not as square at the ground and a little bit more rugged looking in her front end. The next heifer's one that caught my eye when she came in because she is so big-bellied, kind of a female. But the more you study her, she's a little plainer through her chest floor, a little plainer through her shoulder, and get around behind her and she disappoints you. She's narrower pinned, but again, you got to appreciate the depth and shape of rib, that female. And then we round it out by a female that, again, got a lot of growth and performance in her. She's just a little more rugged in her front end, a little more off in her hip, but another nice female and a good set of heifers in this class. Congratulations.
Placings for Class 6A, class champion to entry 137, second place to entry 36, third place to entry 17, fourth place to entry 156, and fifth place to entry 688. Class 6B is entering the ring. Entry number 90 shown by Mackenzie Seasongood, DA Miss Tootsie. Entry number 28 shown by Tyler Kasner, RCC Ms. Majestic, 1252J. Entry 228 shown by Grant Gorey, Skyhawks Miss River 535J. Entry 678 shown by Madison Hanson. WRC Miss Dorothy. Entry 385 shown by Pac Ponderosa. PP Miss Shao Bella 915J11. Entry 365 shown by MP Brangus. MP Miss Amelia 150J22. Entry 668 shown by Megan Hanson. WRC Miss Ellie 406J. Entry 386 shown by Pac Ponderosa. PP Miss Von Ciel 915J10. Entry 283 shown by Rachel Matoka. WRC Miss Rose 820J34. And entry 666 shown by Megan Hanson. WRC Miss Camille 99J7.
The young lady's heifer is not cooperating at all, and been a little bit challenging to get a good look at her, but when she finally stops and decides to cooperate, I think this is fundamentally a really nice female. She's smooth-shouldered, she's long and extended. You really study the rib shape that she has. I love that about her, and at the same time, she's very thick and athletic in motion. Just a nice, high-quality female. Probably where she excels over the heifer behind her is she's a little wider pin, she's a little squarer out of her hip, and I think she's just going to be a little more extended in her front end. Not to take away from the heifer in second, I think that's an awfully good female young man that you've got, and give him a round of applause because he had that heifer stuck the whole time. Give him a big round of applause. Good job, young man. That's a nice female as well. She's big-bellied. I love that about her. Again, she's maybe not as wide-pinned, maybe not as heavy-footed and bone, but another good fundamental female. I think those two top the class pretty easily. Big, growthy female, kind of on the upper end of the spectrum as far as frame size for me, but a female that you appreciate the bone and the rib shape that she has. She's one, I think, as you study her, she's a little more rugged in her shoulders. She's getting a little more depth in her chest floor. As she projects out to be a cow, she's just not going to be as attractive through that first third of her body as those in front of her. Kind of a neat, attractive female that's real skinny today is this next female. I love how her neck comes high out of her spine. You get around behind her, and she's adequate in her muscle. I like her rib. She just may be a little deeper chested for me today, but a nice, just good, complete female. The next heifer in the lineup's one that is super thick and stout. She's just one that I read's a little tighter-hearted. She's a little more tubular in the design, a little more harder doing kind of a female. I'd like to see her belly down, get a little softer in that middle, and then we can move her up higher. And then we round the class out by a few heifers that are got some middle to them. They're just not quite as attractive and through their front end. They don't balance quite as well. but they're good, easy fleshing, kind of maternal made cattle. Just need to pretty them up to move them up any higher today.
Placings for Class 6B. First place to entry 365. Second place to entry 218. Third place to entry 386. Fourth place to entry 228. Fifth place entry 385. Sixth place to entry 90. Seventh place to entry 678. Our senior heifer calf champion drive is coming in the ring. Your first place winner out of Class 5 is entry 136, shown by Catherine Allen, ACC Josie, 674J16. Class champion out of Class 6B is entry 365, shown by MP Brangus, MP Miss Amelia, 150J22. And out of Class 6A, entry 136, shown by Catherine Allen, ACC Jungle Cat, 674J12. Your second place winners out of Class 5, entry 362, shown by MP Brangus, MP Miss Midnight Star, 80438. Second place out of Class 6A, shown by Macy Merrick, entry 36, JCF Miss Jordan. And your second place winner out of Class 6B, entry 218, shown by Tyler Kasner, RCC Miss Majestic, 1252J. This will be for your senior heifer calf champion.
As Dr. Clear evaluates these animals for the division, I'm going to go ahead and give him an introduction. Dr. Jason Clear has been involved with breeding, marketing, and exhibiting cattle for over 35 years at the state and national level. Dr. Clear's focus in the show ring the past 8 years have been his two sons and their steers and heifers. Dr. Clear has a BS and an MS from Texas A&M University and a PhD from Texas Tech University. In June 2005, he was transferred to College Station to serve as the state beef cattle specialist for Texas A&M. He works to coordinate statewide beef cattle extension education efforts as coordinating regional education programs. Dr. Clear is judged at the San Angelo Stock Show, State Fair, Texas, Houston Livestock Show, East Texas State Fair, and the National Junior Brangus Show. Dr. Clear owns a purebred cattle operation with his family in Madison, Texas, that produce shorthorn cattle. Let's give Dr. Jason Clear a big introduction for our judge today at the Texas Invitational.
A really nice division here, and I think there's 6 individuals out here that hopefully you get an idea of kind of the things that I like in cattle, and these are the same kind of cattle that I try to breed from a Brangus standpoint, but then also my boys Shorthorn herd as well. Good functional cattle, not the biggest in the barn, not the smallest in the barn. Cattle that'll make good cows, that are good and sound on their feet and legs, have some middle and muscle. They don't have to be freaks on the muscle, but then they also have to be flat-shouldered and good out of their front end as well. And I think there's 6 individuals out here. To me, there's 3 heifers that hit me hard when they came in the ring, and I think those are the 3 that are in contention. With that, I'm not going to talk every one of them, but let's give these guys a big round of applause, and I'll pick your champion and reserve of this division.
Your senior heifer calf champion comes out of your class 5, entry 136, shown by Catherine Allen. Competing for reserve is entry 362, shown by MP Brangus. Reserve junior heifer calf champion or senior heifer calf champion is entry 137, also shown by Catherine Allen. At class 5, Red Brangus in the ring, there are 2 entries. Entry 293, shown by Gary Stutz, Dos Equis Dynamite Stall. And entry 484, shown by MBJ Ranch, Miss MBJ Jackie 236J. Class 5, Red Brangus is in the ring.
Couple of Novembers here to start our red division off here. I'm going to go with this heifer. I think she's a female that's probably just a little more open in her heart, a little more shape in her rib design. Female that's a little more rugged in her bone. She is one that I'd like to change her up just a little bit behind her blade. She wants to break a little bit there and maybe flatten that shoulder, but a nice growth-oriented kind of a female. The next heifer in the lineup's one that's certainly greener of the two, but I think as you study her, she's just a little tighter-hearted, a little flatter ribbed in her design, and just a little narrower based, but two high-quality females there today.
First place goes to entry 293, and second place goes to entry 484. Our Class 6 Red Brangus is entering the ring. Entry number 316, shown by Matthew Ship, 59 over J, Dream times 10 and T. Entry number 93, shown by FA Cattle, MM 844 over J1. This is Class 6 Red Brangus.
Couple of heifers here. I think you could switch the pair if you wanted to. I think there's some challenges among both of them. I chose to go with the female that's probably a little more moderate in her frame size. But you study this female. She's big-middled. She's thick-ended. She's big-footed and sound as she gets out and moves around the ring. I think as you compare her to the one behind her, she's a little flatter shoulder. She's a little cleaner in her chest floor, and her neck comes out a little bit high out of her spine, which makes her a little more attractive through that first third of her body. The heifer behind her, granted, is a little bit square-hipped, and I appreciate that about her, and she's bigger-footed in bone, and she's probably just a little bit bigger rib today. But really, when you start looking at her, she's a little tighter-hearted, she's a little rougher-shouldered, she's a little deeper-chested for me to move her up any higher today.
Placings for Class 6 Red Brangus. First place entry 93, shown by FA Cattle, and second place entry 316, shown by Matthew Ship. We'll now be putting together the division drive for the Senior Heifer Calf Champion. Your first place winner out of Class 5 is entry 293, shown by Gary Stutz, Dos Equis, Dynamite Stall. First place out of Class 6 is entry 93, shown by FA Cattle, MM 844 over J1. Standing by for reserve, your second place winner out of Class 5 is entry 44, shown by MBJ Ranch, Miss MBJ Jackie 236J. And your second place winner of Class 6, entry 316, shown by Matthew Ship, 59 over J, Dream Times TNT. This is for your senior Heifer Calf champion, Red Brangus.
For this first division of Red Brangus, there's certainly some differences in type and kind out here, and you can always expect that when you only have four heifers in the division. You're going to have some you like and maybe some that you don't necessarily like. But I think there's four nice females here that are structurally sound as they get out and move around the ring. There just become some differences as we start to put the pieces together. Some are a little flatter shouldered, some are a little bigger ribbed. But I think there's a couple of heifers that we could reach on to and use to win this division. So let's give them a big round of applause, and I'll select your grand and reserve.
Your senior red Brangus heifer calf champion is entry 93, shown by FA Cattle, MM844 over J1. Coming in for reserve is entry 316, shown by Matthew Ship. Your reserve senior heifer calf champion is entry not 293, shown by Gary Stutz, Dos Equis Dynamite Doll. This concludes our red division. We'll go back to the black Brangus show. Class 9 is entering the ring. Class 9, entry 307, shown by Jenna Jennings, JCF Miss Full Control. Entry number 527, shown by Presley Robertson, Ms. B.H. Darla, 334J1. And entry 628, shown by Claire Gill, JCF Miss Heartbreaker. This is Class 9 in the ring.
I think a pretty logical placing here. You can go ahead and pull her on around, young lady. For this particular class to start off, I think this heifer here starts off pretty easily. She's the biggest bodied, kind of a female. I think she's a female. She's more rugged in her bone and muscle. She's at the same time, she's very flat in her shoulder and extended in her front end, a lot of maternal look with that. And then we get two heifers that are actually made a lot alike. They're a little bit longer bodied, a little more tubular in design, a little flatter rib. I chose to go with this heifer next in line. She's just a little heavier muscle, a little bigger footed and boned. and maybe a little more extended out of her front end. We just like to open her up in the middle third of her body, just like this one here. If we could just make more of her, I think there's a lot of neat things about her. She's extended, she's feminine, she just needs more middle, more muscle, and a little more bone to move her up any higher today. Congratulations.
Placings for Class 9. First place to entry 307. Second place to entry 628. And third place to entry 527. Class 10, Brangus is entering the ring. Entry 553, shown by Aaron Towns. WL Miss Syra, 30J. Entry 548, shown by Nash Smith. Miss JLS, Fancy Like, 767J8. Entry 387, shown by Pac Ponderosa. PP Miss Amore, 915J9. Entry 419, shown by Brianna Hicks, Miss B.H. Keevy, 302J. Entry 274, shown by Isabel Parkey, WFP Miss C.C. Shania, 2132J. Entry 433, shown by Scamardo Brangus, SB Miss Karina, 924J16. Entry 213, shown by Heather King, KL Miss Adelaida, 820J. Entry 170, shown by Eris Spacey, SB Miss Crosscut. And entry 631, shown by Kevin Sandoval, GBB Miss Ringo, 2J4. This is Class 10 in the ring.
Final call, class. We would like to take this time to introduce some of our IBBA Texas Invitational sponsors. For the U.S. Marshal level, we have GKB Cattle. Thank you, Gary and Kathy Buckles. U.S. Marshal sponsorship, Jackson Double J Brangus, Jamie Jackson and his family, and also Premier Reproductive Services. Thank you to our U.S. Marshal sponsorships. Also, we would like to introduce some of the IBBA Board of Director members that we have with us today. If they are around the ring, would they mind just kind of waving their hand in the air? Mr. Gary Adamek, Mr. Andrew Scamardo, Miss Mary Douglas, and Mr. Alan Good. Those are our IBBA Board of Director members that are with us today. Let's give them a round of applause.
Really good class here. I think in this particular class, there's 4 or 5 deep that are just really high quality females, and I think these two that start off, they pair up really nice in my mind. I'm going to go with the young lady up here first to win this class. I really like this female a lot. When she came in the ring, she hit me pretty hard. The levelness of hip, the levelness of spine, the way that neck ties high into her spine. She's good shouldered and she's still clean through there. Really a long-bodied female. And at times you want to look at her and you say, well, I wish she had just a little more rib. But then you turn around and you get behind her and you see what true rib shape she has. She's just a little longer spine kind of female. And to be honest, that longer spine means more pounds too. And so you have to study them a little harder in the ring. But I love that female. Just like this female, she's made a lot alike. Maybe not quite as deep-bodied, maybe not quite as much turn or rib, but she too is smooth-shouldered. Her neck is extended out of her spine really high, and good sound, just functional females. I like those two heifers a bunch. The next heifer in the lineup, I love the swooping belly on this female. She's tremendously deep-bodied, kind of a female. She's one, though, as you study her at times, she wants to get just a touch plainer out of her front end, and you get over the top of her, and she's a little tighter in her heart, a little bit narrower behind her blades than ideal, but another good female. Next heifer in the lineup, I love her from the shoulder back. I love her hip design, her leg design, the way she moves. She's big-middled. She's just a little bit plainer in her chest floor. The next heifer in the lineup, really elegant out of her neck and front end there. She's one that's just overpowered by those in front of her and wants to break a little bit behind her blades. Long-bodied kind of a female here that's elegant in her front end, just a little flatter rib, tighter hearted, more tubular in appearance. Another female that's next in line is one that's got some extension of front end, big-footed and bone. She's just a little bit off on her hip a little deeper chested. And then we round it off by a couple of heifers that are maybe not as attractive and put together as well as those in front of them, but a really good, deep set of heifers. Congratulations.
Placings for Class 10. First place goes to entry 387, shown by Pac Ponderosa. Second place, entry 433, shown by Scamardo Brangus. Third place, entry 274, shown by Isabel Parkey. Fourth place, entry 170, shown by Eris Basie. And fifth place, entry 419, shown by Brianna Hicks. We'll now be setting up for our summer yearling champion heifer. Your first place entry coming out of Class 9 is shown by Jenna Jennings, entry 307, JCF, Miss Full Control. Your class champion from Class 10 is shown by Pac Ponderosa, entry 387, PP Miss Me Amor, 915J9. Second place winners are standing by for reserve out of Class 9. You have entry 628 shown by Claire Gill, JCF Miss Heartbreaker. And second place out of Class 10, entry 433 shown by Scamardo Brangus, SB Miss Karina, 924J16. This is for your summer yearling champion heifer.
really good division here in the Black Brangus, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on them because there's two heifers that challenged me a lot in class, and I think they're the two heifers we got to stick together. Nothing to take away from these heifers out of the first class. That was just a tremendously deep class. That was the second class in the division. So your first and second out of that second class will be your grand and reserve. Congratulations.
Your summer yearling champion heifer and reserve summer yearling champion heifer both come out of class 10. Your division winner is entry 387, shown by Pac Ponderosa, and reserve division is entry 433, shown by Scamardo Brangus. We'll turn again now to the red Brangus show, class 9. Class 9, red Brangus is entering the ring. There'll be 4 entries in this class. Entry 482, shown by MBJ Ranch, Miss MBJ Joy, 225J2. Entry 179, shown by Cox Excalibur Brangus, CX Miss Legends. Entry 290, shown by Marcella Garza, GRC Ms. Jules, 1358 over J. And entry 97, shown by Madeline Glade, JLG Lucy. This is class 9, red Brangus.
I'm going to leave this class as they are and start off with the young lady's red heifer down here to start the class. I think she's one that just kind of puts all the pieces together for me. You look at her, she's really long neck, really comes high out of her spine as well. She's good fronted. I think she's got enough middle, and she's certainly, compared to the heifer behind her, she's going to be the widest base, more expressive down her top line. Really a nice female. The next heifer in the lineup is one that I appreciate the depth of body she has, and that's probably the advantage she has over the heifer in front of her. She's just a little bit deeper body. She's got a little more lower turn to her rib, but she's a female. You study her. She's a little narrower pinned. She's a little bit frailer in her bone work, and she's not as big down her top, but a nice female. Two good heifers to start that class. And then the next heifers comes in line. She's one that she's got a lot of muscle and bone. She's just a little plainer fronted, a little deeper chested, a little coarser shouldered. And the same way as we come into this next heifer is a little more moderate, easy fleshing female with a lot of middle, which I appreciate, femininity about her head and neck. She's just one that's a little bit coarser through that first third of her body and a little bit frailer in her bones. So nice set of heifers. Congratulations, guys.
Placings for Class 9. First place to entry 482, shown by MBJ Ranch. Second place to entry 179, shown by Cox Excalibur Brangus. Third place entry 290, shown by Marcella Garza. And fourth place to entry 97, shown by Madeline Glaze. This is Class 10, Red Brangus entering the ring. Your entry 644, shown by Via Ranch. Via's Miss Bossy, 59J10. Entry 295, shown by Gary Stutz. Dos Equis, Dynamite's Kiss. Entry 291, shown by Marcella Garza. Dos Equis, Prime's Miss. Entry 437, shown by Taos Durham. Tahoe Miss Fuego, 10J2. Entry 177, shown by Cox Excalibur Brangus. CX Miss Home Run Maria. Entry 1, shown by Vicky Mims. IC Poppy, 31J. Entry 48, shown by MBJ Ranch. Miss MBJ Justine, 201J. Entry 584, shown by Truett Marks. KTS Miss Stella, 800J. And entry 487, shown by Virginia Schlaughter, Miss MBJ Hoya, 428J2. This is Class 10, Red Brangus.
Nice heifers here at the top end. I'll be the first to admit this first one's probably just on the upper scale of size and performance that I like, and probably even the muscle mass. But I'm going to go ahead and use her one because I think she's just a good big female. If you study her fundamentally, she gets out, she moves really well. She's good jointed. She's still fairly flat in her shoulder and extended in her front end. And she just puts a lot of the pieces together. Just a nice female. Again, probably just on the upper end of the spectrum on the extreme size that I like. But again, there's all types of cattle. The next one in the lineup, I love the way her neck comes out of her spine. She's a female that's got some rib shape to her. She just doesn't have quite as much muscle shape and bone and foot as the heifer in front of her. And she's probably not just quite as attractive in through her chest floor, but a really nice, high-quality female that I'm picking on. And then the next heifer's one is big and growthy. To me, she just needs a little bit more internal dimension. She's a little tighter-hearted, flatter-ribbed, and narrow-bodied. But she is one that's got some bone and footwork and gets out and moves, a nice female. The next heifer's one is a little bit of a challenging female because if you study her fundamentally, this female's got a lot of good pieces. She's structurally sound. She's got some base width. She's got some muscle. She's just really skinny today. And I think if you put another 200 pounds on that female, and it changes the class makeup considerably. The next heifer's one, it's big, growthy, long spine, a little plainer fronted, a little narrower made. The next couple of heifers for me, probably just pushing the condition a little much. And I think it takes away from their front end and femininity. If we can melt them down just a little bit, I'd like them better. This last heifer's one is chock full of muscle. She's one at times you catch her, she'll look a little bit straight out of her shoulder. If we could set her back in her front knee, we maybe could move her up a little bit. Congratulations.
Attention in the barn. There will be a break after the Ultra Female Show. Before the bulls, there will be a break, about 30 minutes for pictures and such. Your placings for Class 10, Red Brangus. Entry 295 is your class champion, shown by Gary Stutz. Entry 584, second place, goes to Truett Marks. Third place, entry 481, shown by MBJ Ranch. Fourth place, entry 177, shown by Cox Excalibur Brangus. And fifth place, entry 291, shown by Marcela Garza. They're now setting up for the Summer Yearling Champion Heifer. Your first place entry out of Class 9 is entry 482, shown by MBJ Ranch, Miss MBJ Joy, 225J2. Your first place winner out of Class 10 is entry 295, shown by Gary Stutz, Dos Equis Dynamite's Kiss. Standing by for reserve out of Class 9, your entry 179, shown by Cox Excalibur Brangus, CX Miss Legends. And second place winner out of Class 10, entry 584, shown by Truett Marks, KTS Miss Stella, 800J. This is for the Summer Yearling Champion Heifer.
Not a lot of numbers in this particular division, but I think there are several females out here you could go with. The two class winners here, if you study them, they're made a lot alike. Big middle, good jointed footwork. You got one that's just a little more powerful than the other, but I think they are kind of two peas in a pod. And then our seconds are females that you really appreciate them as well. Big middle, sound, kind of functional kind of females as well. So give these guys a big round of applause, and I'll pick your champion in reserve.
Summer Yearling Champion Heifer coming out of Class 10, entry 295, shown by Gary Stutz. Coming in to compete for reserve, entry 584, shown by Truett Marks. Your reserve summer yearling champion is out of class 9, entry 482, shown by MBJ Ranch. And turn now to class 13A in your Brangus show. Class 13A entries, entry 227, shown by Grant Gorey, Skyhawks Miss Frez, 302J3. Entry 364, shown by MP Brangus, MP Miss Katie Joe, 915J4. Entry 13, shown by Roxton Stone, Origins Miss Abigail. Entry 514, shown by Jaylee Holmes, Miss MS Shanti, 820J4. Entry 709, shown by Tack Ferris, Ferris Smith. Entry 167, shown by Aerospacey, 6B Loretta. Entry 340, shown by Camille Burns, BB Miss Savannah, 150J2, and entry 109, shown by Diamond K Ranch, KK Miss Resilience, 924J4. This is Class 13A Brangus.
little bit of a challenging class. I guess there just was not one that hit me real hard when they came in the ring and one that I could just tie into. So, but with that, I think we've got two females that pair up really well. They're just two good functional kind of females. Are they the coolest looking? I would say no. I said, but they are deep bodied. They've got some muscle to them. They've got some bone. They've got some extension of front end. And they can get out and move. And I think that's what we've got to be thinking about in these Brangus cattle. They've got to have some functionality. I think the one that's probably a little more balanced, eye appealing, a little longer fronted, kind of has that show heifer factor is certainly going to be the one that we start the class off. That's a nice female. Young lady does a good job with her. The one behind her is maybe just a touch bigger footed and bone, but she's also a little rounder in her shoulder, maybe not quite as extended. But I appreciate the ruggedness, the muscle, and the rib that this particular female has. The next heifer in the lineup is one that kind of follows suit with the two in front of her. Maybe just not as attractive and extended in her front end. Maybe not as big middled, but another good high-quality female. This young lady's got one that was a little bit of a challenging because this is just a good little heifer. She could be a little longer bodied. She probably could be a little bigger framed. But fundamentally, that's just a nice female that's sound, functional, got enough muscle, very feminine, but some middle to her, and going to make a good cow. This is kind of the cool heifer of the bunch. I love how her neck comes high out of her spine. She's neat in her shoulder. She's level in her top. She's a female, though, as you study her, you get around behind her. She's real narrow pin. She's narrow base. The big thing about her is she's just not right off of her hind legs. And when she goes out and moves, she's just not right how that back leg drives into the ground and out of that hip, but a nice female. Another heifer that's nice, it comes in next in line. I like the extension of front end, the smoothness of shoulder. She's a little flatter rib, tighter hearted, not as expressive. The next heifer's one is big middled, soggy, easy fleshing. She's just a little deeper chested, coarser shouldered, but you appreciate the fleshing and maternal look of that female. And then we round it off by a heifer that's got a lot of growth and performance and soundness, just doesn't balance up as well as some of the other heifers in the class today. Congratulations.
Placings for Class 13A. Class champion entry 340 shown by Camille Burns. Second place entry 109 shown by Diamond K Ranch. Third place entry 709 shown by Tack Ferris. Fourth place entry 167 shown by Eris Basie. And fifth place entry 13 shown by Roxton Stone. This is Class 13B entering the ring. Entry 110 shown by Diamond K Ranch. KK Miss Patriot 210J. Entry 367 shown by MP Brangus. MP Miss Ellie 767J. Entry 108 shown by Diamond K Ranch. KK Miss Timeless 924J2. Entry 256 shown by GKB Miss One Source shown by GKB Cattle. Entry 85 shown by Holly Seasongood, DA Miss Gigi. Entry 518 shown by Kara McKee, CMR Miss So 488J. Entry 474 shown by FA Cattle, DS Miss Hollywood 27J. And entry 249 shown by GKB Cattle, MP Miss Sweet Honey. Class 13B is in the ring.
Couple of nice females here. I'm going to go with the female that's certainly the more moderate female in the class, but I think for a yearling, she's got enough grow in her. And I'm one that it's hard to put one together that's made like this from a soundness and structure and femininity and the way that shoulder ties in there and the neck comes out of her spine. You can always make them bigger, and you can do that in one generation. It's hard to get them made right in one generation. And I think that's an awfully good female that's very sound. She's very functional, big bodied, very feminine. And the advantage she has over the heifer behind her, she's flatter shouldered. She's a little more refined and thin out of her neck, just a little fresher in condition as well. The heifer behind her, probably one that's pushing a little bit on the condition side. And I think you pull some condition off of her, and that changes the dynamic of her front end a little bit. I think she'd be a little fresher in her appearance, a little bit trimmer out of her neck. But this is a female that's big-middled, really stout-ended and stout-footed, and gets out and moves freely. Two good heifers. One's just maybe a little more feminine, fresher in appearance. Big, growthy kind of a female that's next in line, big-middled, got some muscle to her as well. She's just one that's a little plainer out of her shoulder and front end. Doesn't balance up as well as some of the others. And then we've got a couple of big heifers that round out the class that just didn't have the muscle and middle and balance that the others have, but you appreciate the growth and performance that they have. Congratulations, guys.
Class 14A is in the ring. Entry 321 shown by W5 Cattle, W5 Miss Macy. Entry 205 shown by Twisted S Cattle, Smart Miss Savage, 804J. Entry 681 shown by Madison Hanson, WRC Ms. John Adams. This is Class 14A. Your class winners from 13B. Class champion is entry 249, shown by GKB Cattle. Second place, entry 367, shown by MP Brangus. Third place, entry 518, shown by Kara McKee. Fourth place, entry 474, shown by FA Cattle. And fifth place, entry 85, shown by Holly Seasongood.
Pretty logical placing to start off this class. Really a nice female that's got middle, She's got enough muscle and bone to go with it and still keeps an attractive appearance throughout her front end. She's one that's maybe pushing just a little bit of brisket today, and we probably need to watch the condition of that front end, but a nice female as well. The next heifer's one that's big middled, not as powerful, not as heavy muscled, not as attractive, but just a good functional female. And then we round it off by a female that's a little growthier female that's one that you'd like to just open her up a little bit in her rib and muscle pattern, just balance her out just a little bit. Congratulations.
Placings for Class 14E. A goes to entry 205, first place, exhibited by Twisted S Cattle. Second place to entry 321, shown by W5 Cattle. And third place to entry 681, shown by Madeline Hanson. This is Class 14B, entering the ring. Entry 401, shown by Megan Perry. MP Miss Charmaine, 21J12. Entry 242, shown by GKB Cattle. GKB Tank, 88J2. Entry 496, shown by Monty Askew. GKB Miss Killshot. Entry 314, Miss Black Pearl, shown by Ryan Lissy. Entry 244, shown by GKB Cattle. GKB Miss Hercules. Entry 491, shown by Madeline Eskew. GKB Miss Tank, 38J2. Entry 608, shown by Weston Hinsey. Bar M, Jolene, 193J1. And entry 402, shown by Megan Perry. MP Miss Charmaine, 21J12. Missed these two entries on 14B Class 14B. Entry 388 is shown by Pac Ponderosa. PP Miss Kaylee, 915J1. And entry 685 shown by Kaylee Gordon, TCR Tanika, 301J.
Would like to take this time to introduce our Texas Rangers sponsors: Triple Crown Ranch, MP Brangus, Parkey Brothers Brangus, Villa Ranch, and K&L Brangus. Give them a round of applause for their support as a Texas Rangers sponsorship.
couple of heifers to start this class. There are two heifers that are made a lot alike. I like the heifer that comes in first, and granted, she's probably not the thickest made female out here, but again, I think this female's plenty thick enough. She's got enough bone. She's still got some middle, but she carries a lot of the femininity and balance and eye appeal and super sound. Heifer behind her is just made a lot like her. The only difference is that heifer's just maybe a little deeper chested slightly. Maybe her neck doesn't come out as high out of her spine, but two really good females that I think pair up real nice. The next heifer in the lineup's one that when she first came in, she kind of hit me hard. But the more I've studied her and look at her, I think she's one that she's just a little too overdone. For me personally, I like these cattle to be real fresh in their condition, and she's probably pushing the condition too much for me today. And I think it's really taken away from the femininity and attractiveness through that head and neck and shoulder area. If we can melt her down a little bit, I think that's a female that we can move up a notch. Another heifer that comes in next in line's real fresh and feminine, got enough middle to her. She's one that she kind of wants to break behind her shoulders, maybe get a little more awkward on the move. The next heifer that's in lineup is one big frame, growthy kind of a female, not as much middle openness and heart, and it's just overall presentation through that front third of her body as those in front of her. And then we round it off by one that's, again, it's a long spine kind of a female. She's got some growth to her, an extension of neck, just needs more to her, more rib, more muscle to move her up any higher today.
Placings for Class 14B. First place to entry 242, shown by GKB Cattle. Second place to entry 496, shown by Monte Askew. Third place to entry 388, shown by Pac Ponderosa. Fourth place to entry 244, shown by GKB Cattle. And fifth place to entry 491, shown by Madeline Askew. We'll now be putting together the lineup for the Yearling Champion Heifer. Your first place winner out of Class 13A is entry 340, shown by Camille Burns. BB Miss Savannah 150J2. From Class 13B, your class champion is entry 249, shown by GKB Cattle. MP Miss Sweet Honey. Champion from Class 14A, entry 205, shown by Twisted S Cattle, Smart Miss Savage, 804J. And first place winner out of 14B is entry 242, shown by GKB Cattle, GKB Tank, 88J2. This is for a Yearling Champion Heifer. Standing by to compete for reserve out of 13A, your second place winner is entry 109, shown by Diamond K Ranch, KK Miss Resilience, 924J4. Second place winner out of Class 13B, entry 367, shown by MP Brangus, MP Miss Ellie, 767J. From Class 14A, second place winner was entry 321, shown by W5 Cattle, W5 Miss Macy. And from Class 14B, second place winner was entry 496, shown by Monty Askew, GKB Miss Killshot. This is for your Yearling Champion Heifer.
Another really good division here with a lot of numbers. They broke the classes up just because of the numbers, and I think as we study the division lineup out here, your first and seconds, there's some really good ones. One is very athletic today, but she's excited to come to town. But I think there's four class winners out here in the seconds that are real nice. I'm not going to take much more time and talk about them again, but I think there's a couple of heifers that are just really functional in their type and kind. They're not extreme, but I think they're just good cattle that'll work in a breeding program, and you can do a lot of different things with them. So let's give these guys a big round of applause and congratulate them on this division.
Your yearling champion heifer from class 14B, entry 242, shown by GKB Cattle. Your reserve champion, entry 244, shown by GKB Cattle. Correction on the reserve division champion, it's entry 249. Shown by GKB Cattle, it's MP Miss Sweet Honey. Return to your red Brangus show. This will be class 13A. Your entry 486, shown by MBJ Ranch, Ms. JMMBJ Georgina. Entry 501, shown by KO's Cattle Service, Tahoe Miss CEO 307J4. Entry 56, shown by Logan Woodruff, KTS Miss April 124J1. Entry 294, shown by Gary Stutz, Dos Equis Dynamite, and entry 520, shown by Karen McGee, Ms. Broken A. Karen. This is class 13A, red Brangus.
Look at these two heifers as they are out there. The deeper red heifer is probably more my type and kind. When you study her, she's big middle. I like the way her neck comes high out of her spine. She's got a lot more extension, cleanliness of chest floor. And when you set her in motion, I think she handles those back legs a little better, carrying just a little more foot and bone up under as well, a high quality female. Next heifer is one that she is deep bodied. She's probably a little flatter rib. She doesn't have quite the turn and shape of rib that the heifer in front of her, and she's probably just a little flatter muscled, maybe just a touch more chest floor, but two high-quality females to start the class off. The next heifer in the lineup's one you like a lot of things about this female. The extension of front end, the middle that she has, the growth of performance. She's one that she just a little more awkward off of her hind legs. I'd like to set her down in her pasterns, give her a little more flexibility so she can get out and move a little bit better. And then we round it off by a heifer that's one that's a little more tighter hearted, a little flatter rib, a little shallower body, but one that's really long bodied and got some muscle, just like to deepen and soften her up a little bit to move her up any higher today.
Class 13B is entering the ring. Entry 404, shown by Marvin Taneka, TX Smith Home Run, 9 over J. Entry 53, shown by Mason Woodruff, Dos Equis Prime Smith Sassy. Entry 453, shown by Savannah Hanson, Dos Equis Prime Smith Holly. Entry 505, shown by Paige Dupre, M&M 844 over J. Entry 436, shown by Taos Durham, M&M 702 over J. And entry 582, shown by Truett Marks, TJM Miss Kyra 826J. The placings for the Class 13A, the first place goes to entry 501, shown by KO's Cattle Service. Entry 294 second place goes to Gary Stutz. Entry 520 is placed third, shown by Kara McKee, and fourth place to Logan Woodruff, entry 56.
We'll start off with the female. I think it's probably one of the biggest females in the class. This heifer's got a lot of maternal look to her. She's got enough muscle and bone. At the same time, she's feminine about her head and neck. She is one that I think if you could change her up a little bit, is clean her up just a little on her chest floor and maybe raise her pin set just a little bit. But I think that's just kind of the complete female that comes to the top. Heifer that's next in line, certainly better out of her hip, and probably just a little bit better how she lays that back leg down when you put her in motion. But she's one that she just runs downhill a little bit. She's a little tighter hearted, doesn't have quite as much rib. The next heifer in the lineup's one that has got probably a little more rib shape than the one in front of her. She's just a little frailer bone, a little harder as she drives that hind leg. Doesn't balance up as well. Big middled, easy flesh and soggy female here that's next in line. One, though, as you set her in motion, she gets a little more awkward off those hind legs, wants to hawk in a little bit. And then we round it off by a female that got some extension and femininity. She wants to get up in her spine and break behind her blades a little bit and drop her pins when we set her in motion.
Placings for Class 13B. First place, entry 505, shown by Paige Dupre. Second place, entry 453, shown by Savannah Hanson. Third place, entry 53, shown by Mason Woodruff. And fourth place, entry 436, shown by Tawas Durham. Class 14, Red Brangus is entering the ring. Entry number 425, shown by the Mary A. Ranch, Miss Mary A. Judy. Entry 289, shown by Marcella Garza, M&M 237 over J. Entry 45, shown by Cole Corley, M&M 40 over J. Entry 500, shown by KO's Cattle Service, KTS Miss Crystal 4J. Entry 281, shown by Rachel Matoka, PWM Miss GVM Val 841J. Entry 441, shown by Cheyenne Durham, KTS Miss Valentine 135J1. Entry 180, shown by Cox Excalibur Brangus, CX Dreams Queen 157J. Entry 247, shown by GKB Cattle, GKB Miss Velvet 204J8. And entry 248, shown by GKB Cattle, GKB Miss Cortez 204J4. This is Class 14, Red Brangus in the ring.
We would like to thank our junior directors that are helping of us in the ring today. Directors from the Texas Junior Brangus Breeders Association, International Junior Brangus Breeders Association, and the International Junior Red Brangus Breeders Association Board of Directors. Let's give those individuals that are around the ring that are helping us in the ring a big round of applause for sticking with us. Also would like to recognize the show committee members that are present today. Miss Jeannie Gill, that's chairman. Mark Perry, Todd Meschek, Madeline Pack, Kimberly Robb, Karen Adamak, Gary Buckholz, Lori Pollock, and Cody Luchek. This show is put on by our show committee, so let's give them a big round of applause for hosting the Texas Invitational.
I think you got some give and take on these heifers. The heifer we're going to use to win the class is one that I think puts the most pieces together. Granted, she's probably not quite as deep bodied as the heifer behind her. But I think the difference between these two, and you can really see it now, is if you look at that first third of their body, the heifer that wins the class to me is a little more extended in her front end, better out of her shoulder, better out of her chest floor, just more feminine and refined out of her neck and head. And at the same time, she's probably got just a touch more bone and foot and muscle. Heifer behind her, again, I like the rib shape. I like the levelness of hip. She's a little flatter made, but more importantly, she's just a little bit cresty out of that neck and a little bit more masculine out of that head. Not as clean in her chest floor, but a nice female. Two good heifers. This heifer next in line, initially I thought I was going to keep those, her and the class winner together. The more I study this female, I look at her hock. I'd like to just flatten her up in her hock, make her a little bit more flexible out of that hock. But this is a female. You love the extension of that front end. Big-bodied, kind of a female here that just a little flatter rib, flatter made, a little plainer out of her front end. Same that kind of goes through with the next heifer in the lineup. So deep-bodied female, long and extended in her neck, just a little plainer out of her shoulder and chest floor, a little flatter made. The heifer that's next in line is one that's got a lot of muscle down her top and in her round. She's just a little bit deeper in her chest, just a little bit plainer looking as you study her. And the same goes true with the next heifer's one. It's a big frame kind of a female with growth and performance, just a little flatter rib, flatter muscled. The next heifer in the lineup, I wanted to move her up a little bit, a couple of slots, but as you study her, she's got some swelling out of her hock and at the point of that hock, and I'd like to just make her a little sounder. If it wasn't for that, she'd move up 2 or 3 slots pretty easily today. And we rounded off by a female that's got some muscle to her. She's just a little bit shallower bodied, flatter rib for me to move her up any higher today. Congratulations.
Placings for Class 14. First place goes to GKB Cattle, entry 247. Second place to entry 500, shown by KO's Cattle Service. Third place to entry 248, shown by GKB Cattle. Fourth place to entry 45, shown by Cole Corley. And fifth place to entry 180, shown by Cox Excalibur Brangus. Now we'll be bringing in your yearling champion division. Your class winner out of Class 13A was entry 501, shown by KO's Cattle Service, Tahoe Ms. CEO 307J4. Your first place winner out of Class 13B is entry 505, shown by Paige Dupre, M&M 844 over J. Your first place winner out of Class 14 is entry 247, shown by GKB Cattle, GKB Miss Velvet 204J. Your second place winners out of these classes, out of Class 13A, is entry 294, shown by Gary Stutz, Dos Equis Dynamites. Out of 13B, second place was entry 453, shown by Savannah Hansen, Dos Equis Primed Miss Holly. And second place out of Class 14 is entry 500, shown by KO's Cattle Service, KTS Miss Crystal 4J. This is for yearling champion heifer.
Another high quality division here. When we get out here with these 3 different classes, I think there's 3 individuals at the top of these classes that certainly could work well into this division drive. Let's give these guys a big round of applause, and I'll go out and pick your champion in reserve.
Your division winner, yearling champion heifer, goes to entry 247, shown by GKB Cattle. And your reserve yearling champion goes to entry 501, shown by KO's Cattle Service. We'll now bring in our Class 17A Brangus. Entry 625, shown by Claire Gill, WRC Miss Hank, 5H2. Entry 550, shown by Nash Smith, MP Miss Clutch, 1019H. And entry 403, shown by Marvin Taneka, TX Miss Home Run, 209H. This is Class 17A.
We'd like to say thank you to our share of sponsorship levels: Pac Ponderosa, Two Hearts Brangus, Pump Jack Cattle Co., Yanish Cattle and Forage, Allen Cattle Company, G-Bar Brangus, and Trio Cattle and Genetics. Thank you to our sheriff level sponsorships.
Leave these as they are. Start off with the young lady's female. I think she is the biggest bellied, stoutest muscled and boned female of the group, but at the same time keeping together a balanced and eye appealing package as well. And she gets out, she moves around the ring. I think a pretty logical placing. I think we follow right behind her with a female that's maybe just a little bit better out of her neck and how that neck pulls out of her spine. But she's one. I think you get around behind her. She's just a little more disappointing in the amount of muscle she has. She's also a little frailer in her bone and footwork as well. And that big, rugged kind of a female that's next in line, that's got some middle and brood cow look. She's just one that's a little flatter made. She's one that's just a little bit coarser and not as attractive through that first third of her body.
Placings for Class 17A. First placed, entry 625, shown by Claire Gill. Second placed, entry 550, shown by Nash Smith. And third placed, entry 403, shown by Marvin Taneka. This is Class 17B. Entering the ring, entry 245, shown by GKB Cattle. MP Miss Sweetie, 38H42. Entry 305, shown by K&L Brangus, WRC Miss Tommy, 820H41. Entry 112, shown by Ryan McCall, Miss Diamond Bar M1118H. Entry 76 shown by Wade King, D.A. Angel. Entry 712 shown by Caleb Horner, Ferris Smith, Ferris Smith's Wheelhouse 15H. Entry 670 shown by Megan Hanson, WRC Miss Spoiler 190H. Entry 626 shown by Claire Gill, WRC Miss Clutch 101H7. Entry 650 shown by Via Ranch, Via's Miss Business Girl. Entry 107 shown by Kaylee Warren, SB Marie Laveau 79H. And entry 98 shown by Madeline Glaze, TCR Rana 1252H3. This is class 17B in the ring. Attention in the arena. We will take a 30-minute picture break between the Ultra Female show and the Bulls show. We will not take any pictures until the conclusion of the Female Ultra show. Then there'll be a 30-minute break, and then the Bulls will show.
Really powerfully made female to start the class off. And again, I've talked before, they don't have to be just super powerful for me. And she's probably pushing the limit for me. But she is a stout made female, big back, really thick ended. But at the same time, I think she still maintains some femininity through her head and neck and through that shoulder. And she gets out and she moves. And now she's striking a pose out there. She looks really good, and I think she wins the class. The heifer behind her is one that's probably a little flatter shoulder, thinner necked, kind of a female. Just doesn't have quite the power and mass as the one in front of her. But if you look at that female, just the way she's put together, structure-wise and composition-wise, good, fresh, nice made kind of a female. The next heifer in the lineup's one that's a bigger frame kind of a heifer that's got some middle, depth of body, and shape of rib. She's just a little plainer out of her front end, a little deeper chested, coarser shoulder, and she wants to break just a little bit in her top line. Next heifer is one that is big middle, big, growthy kind of a female. She's one that you get behind her, and you're a little disappointed in the amount of muscle mass that she has. And just really, if we could trim her up, clean her up in that brisket area, we'd like her more. Good functional kind of female this young lady brings to us. I love the elegance of her head and neck. She's very feminine looking. She's got some middle. She's just overpowered by some females that are heavier muscled and a little stouter boned than she is today. Real thick made, big backed kind of a female that the young lady brings to us. It's really long spined. She just doesn't have quite the middle and attractiveness through the front end that some of the others do. Big bodied, easy fleshing kind of a female next in lines. One's a little coarser made through her head and her neck and her shoulders. Just like to flatten her out a little bit, make her a little more feminine. And then we round them out by some heifers that maybe just didn't have quite as much body or muscle mass or just balance and eye appeal. But a nice set of heifers in this class. Congratulations.
Placings for Class 17B. First place goes to Caleb Horner, entry 712. Second place to GKB Cattle, entry 245. Third place, entry 107, shown by Kaylee Warren. Fourth place, entry 98, showed by Madeline Glaze. And fifth place, entry 650, shown by Via Ranch. Class 18 Brangus will be entering the ring momentarily. Class 18, entry 81, shown by Bailey Seasongood, DA Miss Jolene. Entry 317, shown by Cade Whitten, LR Miss Pretty Cool, 859 H9. Entry 173, shown by Sydney Murrell, Skyhawks Miss Presidente. Entry 716, shown by Claire Horner, Ferris Miss Tanked Up. Entry 135, shown by Catherine Allen, ACC Honey Boo Boo. Entry 411, shown by Jordan Baldridge, LR Miss Streetwise. Entry 346, shown by Luchek Cattle, Raptor LJ Low 157HA. And entry 526, shown by Presley Robertson, RMCC Miss JC 88G.
Two really good females at the top of this class, and I think you got one female here that's pretty special. I think this is a female that is a kind of female that I like. She's a female that's just tremendously flat-shouldered, long-fronted. I love the swooping belly. She's got a real nice little udder beginning to develop, and she's got enough muscle to go along with all of that, and she's super sound, even as big bred as she's getting right now. So really a high-quality female. Not to take anything away from this female, this is a pretty cool female as well. She's just a little longer spined female, which is a good thing, so that she doesn't quite appear as big-bellied, but I think that's a really deep-bodied, shapely kind of a female. The difference between those two is she's maybe a little softer in her top, and she's a little bolder out of her shoulder and a little bit wastier in her chest floor. But that's a super good female. I think you got two females that surface to the top pretty easily. Then it gets a little bit more challenging as we get down to some of these others. The next heifer in the lineup is one that is kind of made like those others. She just doesn't quite balance as well as them. She's a little bit wastier in her first third, but that's a big-bellied kind of a female that gets out and moves. Big, stout female, the next in line. A lot of middle, a lot of growth and performance, just a little bit rounder shouldered, not as fresh in condition. The next heifer in the lineup's one that's got some middle and extension of her front end. She's just a little deeper chested and rougher shouldered. The next heifer in the lineup, I think if she had about 100 pounds off of her, it would change her look considerably. She's just a little bit extra conditioned for me today, to be able to move her up any higher. And then we got a couple of heifers that got some performance in them, just not as balanced and eye appealing as those above them here today.
Placings for Class 18. First place entry 346 shown by Lucher Cattle. Second place entry 135 shown by Catherine Allen. Third place entry 411 shown by Jordan Baldridge. Fourth place entry 716 shown by Claire Horner. And fifth place entry 81 shown by Bailey Seasongood. Will now be setting up for our junior division champion. Our junior champion division is entering the ring. Your first place winner out of Class 17A is entry 625, shown by Claire Gill, WRC Miss Hank 5H2. Your first place winner out of Class 17B, entry 712, shown by Caleb Horner, Ferris Miss Wheelhouse 15H. And out of Class 18, entry 346, shown by Luchek Cattle, Rafter LJ Low 157H8. Your second place winners standing by for reserve out of Class 17A, entry 550, shown by Nash Smith, MP Miss Clutch 1019H. Out of Class 17B, entry 245, shown by GKB Cattle, MP Miss Sweetie 38H42. And out of Class 18, entry 135, shown by Catherine Allen, ACC Honey Boo Boo. This is for junior champion heifer.
Well, as these heifers get a little farther along and bred, and I think we've really got a good division here, and there's some strong contenders out here. I think there's one that's pretty unique and special in her type and kind, so I'm not going to delay it any further. Young man, you'll be the champion of this division, and then I'll look at them a little closer for the reserve.
Your junior champion heifer goes to entry 346, shown by Luchet Cattle. And reserve junior champion heifer is entry 135, shown by Catherine Allen. We turn now to our Red Brangus show. This is class 17, entry 542, shown by Rayleigh Weed, Miss Weed Hocus Pocus. Entry 54, shown by Mason Woodruff, Dos Equis Dynamite.
A little bit of a challenging class. Between these two heifers, there's some things I'd like to change about both of them. This first heifer, granted, she's not the biggest rib of the two, and that's the one behind her. But I guess as you study this one through her head and neck, to me, she's just a little more feminine and fresh in her condition than the one behind her. I think she's a female that's got enough muscle to her, and she gets out and moves around the ring relatively well. The heifer behind her, again, I love the rib shape, the squareness of hip. You study her, she's a little flatter in her muscle pattern, and really she's just probably carrying too much condition today. And I think that takes away from the femininity of her neck and head and through that chest floor. If we could melt her down a little bit, freshen her up, I think we could move her up into that first slot. Congratulations. Two really good females to start off this class with, and I think there's some differences between the two, and I'm going to tell you kind of why I did what I did between these two. First, the heifer in front probably doesn't have as good a hair quality as the one behind her, and so at first glance, she just kind of blends into the crowd. But I think as you study this female and where her assets are, she's long hipped, she's wide pinned, she's thick ended, and she's very sound to go along with it. You study the amount of rib shape that she has in addition to that, and she's starting to put a little udder on as well. She's long fronted, clean in her chest, just a nice female. Now, granted, this heifer that comes in next in line is one that I like the way her neck design is. She's a little higher out of her spine. I think, though, as you study her, she's a little tighter hearted, she's a little deeper chested, and I'd like to just maybe freshen her up in her head a little bit. She's just a little more masculine out of that skull, and that's a little thing, but I think those are important things that we look at in these cattle. But two high-quality females to start off that class. And then you get into the next heifer, big, stout, kind of a female, just a little more rugged in her appearance, and I think that takes away from her front end. She's a little plainer out of that first third of her body. And then we rounded off by a couple of females that probably carrying just a little extra condition today from a standpoint of conformation and just females that don't have the stoutness and muscle and the prettiness and attractiveness of those in front of them. Congratulations.
We're now setting up for the junior champion heifer division for your red Brangus. Your class winner out of class 17 is entry 542, shown by Rayleigh Weed, Miss Weed, Hocus Pocus. Out of class 18, your class winner was entry 730, shown by Jeremy Vitor, Miss Broken A. Harlow. Your second place winners out of class 17 and 18 are entry 54, shown by Mason Woodruff, Dos Equis Dynamite, and entry 528, shown by Trio Cattle and Genetics, MCR Trios Harmony. This is for your junior champion heifer.
Really a solid division here, and we talked about those heifers in that first class. There were some challenges between the two, and I ended up going with the one that was just a little more fresher in appearance and the design. And then we get to that second class, and there was two really powerfully made, just good quality kind of a females in that class. I chose to go with one that was just maybe a little stouter hipped, a little cleaner chested, a little more feminine and refined out of her head and neck. But a really solid class there. For me, I think it's pretty easy. Your division champions will come out of that second class. Congratulations, guys.
Your red Brangus junior champion heifer goes to entry 730, shown by Jeremy Theator. And your reserve goes to entry 528, shown by Trio Cattle and Genetics. We turn back to our Black Brangus show. This is class 21, 22. There's two entries. Entry 420, shown by Brianna Hicks, Miss B.H. Dandy, 334H1. And entry 71, shown by Ava Noriega, Champ Ms. Boom Shakalaka. This is class 22. It'll also be for senior champion heifer.
Two heifers here, and this will be your division champion of reserve. I'm going to go ahead and go with the pair. I think as you look at her, she's really one that's fresh in her condition. She's got a nice udder. She's still, even though she's had that calf, she's big bellied, a lot of shape of rib, and in addition to it, she's got some muscle to go along with it. Got a nice calf at size. I think it's a good, logical place to start. Nothing to take away from the other heifer out there. I think this female, as you look at her, she's got a lot of growth and performance in her. She's due to calve here in a few weeks. She's one, I think, as compared to the other one, she's a little more bold in her shoulder and a little bit waistier and through her chest floor, but another high quality female as well. Congratulations to these guys.
Your senior champion heifer goes to entry 71, shown by Ava Noriega. And your reserve senior champion heifer is entry 420, shown by Brianna Hicks. This is class 22. Class 21 is a single entry. Class 22, entry 654, shown by Via Ranch. Via's Miss Fantasy, 957H10. Entry 181, shown by Cox Excalibur Brangus, CX Excaliburs. Entry 296, shown by Gary Stutz, Dos Equis Dynamite's Raven.
I'm going to go with a little more moderate framed female that just a little more feminine and refined out of that head and neck and her front end. Big middle kind of a female that's sound as she moves around the ring. Is she the biggest topped and most expressive muscled female of the two? And that's the answer is no. But I think she's got enough muscle and bone. Just a really nice functional kind of a female. The heifer that's in second is one, and again, big frame kind of a female. Love the ruggedness of a foot and bone, and she's stout and muscled. For me, she's probably just a little too coarse out of her shoulder and a little plainer out of her head and neck. I'd like to refine her down just a little bit. But two nice females, congratulations.
This is for your senior champion heifer in the red Brangus. Out of class 21, which was a single entry, entry 315, shown by Matthew Ship, TS Pedal 377H. Class winner out of class 22 is entry 181, shown by Cox Excalibur Brangus, CX Excaliburs. Standing by for reserve out of class 22 is entry 296, shown by Gary Stutz, Dos Equis Dynamite's Raven. This is for your senior heifer champion.
A single entry in that first class of this division. Big growthy kind of a female that as you study her, We'd like to change her up through her front end, give her just a little more angle out of that shoulder, clean her up just a little bit in her chest floor. But I think the biggest change we'd like to do is raise her pins up, and that'll help her as you set her in motion. She wants to get up under herself and tuck her pins a little bit. But a big, growthy, nice kind of a female. I think for me, it gets pretty easy. Those two calves in that second division were really high quality, and they'll be your champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Your senior champion heifer is entry 181, shown by Cox Excalibur Brangus, and your reserve senior champion heifer is entry 296, shown by Gary Stutz. We'll now be putting together our champion drive for the Black Show. Our championship drive for the Black Show is entering the ring. Your junior heifer champion is entry 334, shown by Camille Burns, BB Miss Master Plan 150 K2. Your senior heifer champion is entry 136, shown by Catherine Allen, ACC Josie 674 J16. Your summer yearling champion heifer is entry 387, shown by Pac Ponderosa, PP Miss Me Amor 915 J9. Your yearling champion heifer is entry 242, shown by GKB Cattle, GKB Tank 88 J2. Your junior heifer champion is entry 346, shown by Luchek Cattle, Rafter L. J-Lo 157H8. And your senior champion heifer is entry 71, shown by Ava Noriega, Champ Miss Boom Shakalaka. Your reserve division winners will be positioned to compete for reserve if need be. Your reserve junior heifer champion was entry 683, JCF Miss Josie's Encore, shown by Gracie Johnson. Your reserve senior heifer champion was entry 137, shown by Catherine Allen, ACC Jungle Cat 674 J12. Your reserve summer yearling champion heifer was entry 433, shown by Scamardo Brangus, SB Ms. Karina 924 J16. Your reserve yearling champion heifer was entry 249, shown by GKB Cattle, MP Miss Sweet Honey. Your reserve junior champion heifer was entry 135, shown by Catherine Allen, ACC Honey Boo Boo. And your reserve senior champion heifer was entry 420, shown by Brianna Hicks, Miss BH Dandy 334 H1.
Well, it's certainly been fun sorting through these females today. We sorted through a lot of cattle, and your numbers have been phenomenal across the blacks and the reds, and the quality has been deep across those two as well. And I think as we sort our blacks here today, I'm really pleased with the lineup that we have. And again, the cattle that we try to raise and that my boys try to show, and what I think in my mind as far as the type and kind, as you look down this lineup, hopefully you'll see what my type and kind is. And we've seen a lot of different shapes and sizes of cattle today, but I think from the calves down here on the end, the young calf down on the end, that's a good female that's got a lot of functionality. She's green today, but that's all right. They're supposed to be. That's a baby down on the end. And then we've got the next division here, and I think this is a pretty unique female that we see here just from the standpoint of the muscle and femininity and the rib shape at this stage of the game. And when she cocks off a pose right there, that's a pretty neat individual that there's a lot of future in it and ought to get you guys excited as breeders. This next division, that came out of a real tough division, the third one. Really high quality females, both of those were. And it took me some time to sort that class because there was 4 or 5 deep in there. And I think there's 2 heifers out of that division that are certainly in contention. The next heifer in the lineup was one. It was in a deep division as well. A female compared to some of the others out here. She's maybe not the biggest bone and the stoutest, but in that particular division, I thought she was the one that put the most devices together. She was feminine, refined. Again, if we could stouten her a little bit, I wouldn't argue with you. But fundamentally, that's a good female. And then we get into this division with this female that's out here in that 5th division. Really just tremendous female. I think as you study her, I love the angle of the shoulder and extension of front end. That's just a flat-out good one. And the young man can get her shown as well. And so a high quality. And then we get down to that pair that just calved here in the last 10 days. Another high-quality female, big-middled, good udder, stout enough, maybe a little tighter-hearted, maybe not as good out of her top as some of these others, but she's reaching maturity. So, and then we look at our seconds or the division reserves over there and a good set of females as well. And so in my mind, and you can agree or disagree, whatever you want to do, there's one out here running this race. And then I've got to figure out what I'm going to do for reserve with that. So let's give them a big round of applause, and I'll pick your champion, Black Brangus.
Your champion heifer is entry 346, shown by Lucek Cattle, Rafter LJ Low, 157H8. Coming in the lineup to compete for reserve is entry 135, shown by Catherine Allen. Your reserve champion heifer is entry 136, shown by Catherine Allen, ACC Josie, 674J16. We'll now bring in our red Brangus champion drive. This is your red Brangus champion drive entering the ring. Your senior heifer calf champion is entry 93, shown by FA Cattle, MM844 over J1. Your summer yearling champion heifer is entry 295, shown by Gary Stutz, Dos Equis, Dynamite's Kiss. Your yearling champion heifer is entry 247, shown by GKB Cattle, GKB Miss Velvet, 204 J8. Your junior champion heifer is entry 730, shown by Jeremy Viator, Miss Broken A Harlow. And your senior champion heifer is entry 181, shown by Cox Excalibur Brangus, CX's Excaliburs. Your reserve division champions, should they need to compete for reserve, your reserve senior heifer calf champion is entry 293, shown by Gary Stutz, Dos Equis, Dynamite Stall. Your reserve summer yearling champion heifer is entry 482, shown by MBJ Ranch, Miss MBJ Joy, 225 J2. Your reserve yearling champion heifer is entry 501, shown by KO's Cattle Service, Tahoe's Miss CEO 307J4. Your reserve junior champion heifer is entry 528, shown by Trio Cattle and Genetics, MCR Trios Harmony. And your reserve senior champion heifer is entry 296, shown by Gary Stutz, Dos Equis, Dynamite's Raven.
Well, a really good Red Brangus show here today, and I think you study these females out here. There's really 10 high quality heifers. There are some differences in type and kind of the ones that I picked. Didn't have quite as many numbers as we had in the Black Brangus, but I think there's 5 individuals in contention for champion, and then those second or reserve divisions, they could certainly be pulled up as well. The calf down here on the end in that particular division was just a good, complete female. Big middle, neat out of her front end. She's one that's maybe a little bit off in her pin set a little bit, but a nice, good, functional female. The next heifer in the lineup is one that's got a lot of performance in her. She's big growthy, rugged kind of a female. She's a female, I think, as you study her through her hock. I wish she was just a little bit softer out of that hock. And again, that's a nitpicking thing, but those are important things as I study cattle and as they grow and mature. And when we look at the next heifer here, it's kind of a similar deal. If you study her through her hock, she doesn't have quite the flexibility out of that hock that we'd like to see. And again, she moves out the ring pretty well, but if I could change her, I'd like to soften that hop just a little bit. She's a good, long-fronted, flat-shouldered. She's probably the flattest, neatest fronted female out here, and I love that about her. She is just a little flatter in the turn out of her rib, but a nice, good, functional female. The heifer that's next in line is one that first glance you look at her and you think, well, it's just a nice female. But if you study this female, she's got a lot of meat and muscle in her, big middle. I love how her shoulder transitioned into her neck as well. She's feminine and fresh in that design, and she moves around the ring really well as too. The next heifer in the line out is one in that particular division. There was two heifers in the division. One of them was a big, rugged, large frame kind of a female. And then this heifer that wins the division was more my type and kind. She's a flatter shouldered, more refined in her head and neck. Granted, compared to some of the other heifers out here, she's probably a little flatter muscled, narrower made. If we could just open her up a little bit, I think she could be in contention because she's made the right way out here. So a good set of females, great set of seconds over there. I'm going to look at them one more time, and then we'll pick your grand and reserve. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Your champion red Brangus is entry 730, shown by Jeremy Viator, Ms. Broken A. Harlow. And your reserve champion red Brangus is entry 528, shown by Trio Cattle and Genetics, MCR Trios Harmony. This concludes our red Brangus show. We'll go right into the cow-calf pair show for the blacks. Entering the ring now is our Class 27 cow-calf pairs. These are cows born from January the 1st, 2020 to April the 30th, 2020. Entry 101 is shown by Emily Glaze, TCR Queen Bee 55H. Entry 206 shown by Twisted S Cattle is Smart Miss Dynamite 804H3. And entry 704 shown by Callie Roach, Barris Miss Suerte 19H.
Really good pair to start off this class. Really outstanding female, and she's got a real nice calf inside. Female that's very fresh in her appearance and condition. She's flat-shouldered, big body, just a high-quality female. If you could change her up a little bit, I'd like to just maybe strengthen her udder attachment a little bit and tuck that in just a little bit. But that's nitpicking on a good female that's got a really good calf inside as well. Nice pair. Then between the next two, it gets a little bit closer between the two. I chose to go with this female, this pair next. One, I think she just got a little bit higher quality calf inside, and I think she's just a little more feminine, refined out of her front end. She's a female, though, compared to the one in front of her. That wasn't quite as big middled as the one in front of her, but a nice, good quality female. Heifer that's next in line, or the pair next in line, is one that just not quite as attractive in the first third of her body, and maybe not as attractive out of her hip, but a big, productive kind of female, got a stout little bull calf inside as well. So congratulations, guys.
Your placings for Class 27 is entry 206 is your class champion. Second place to entry 101 shown by Emily Glaze. Third place to entry 704 shown by Callie Roach. This is Class 28 entering the ring. These are cow-calf pairs born prior to December 31st, 2019. Your entry 673 is shown by Madison Hanson, WRC Miss Prime 915E9. Entry 144 shown by Casey Harper, Miss JLS Faith, 767G16, and entry 389, shown by Pac Ponderosa, PP Miss Sheridan, 915G1.
We'll start off with the stoutest female of the group. This female is just packed full of muscle. She's big hip, tremendously, and a tremendous amount of shape in her lower quarter as well. And with that, she's still very attractive and feminine out of her front end. She's got a little bit of chest floor with her. It looks like she may have, before she calved the first time, probably just pushed that brisket out with fat. But that's really a nice, good functional female. Got a nice little udder as well and doing a good job with the calf. The next heifer that comes in line is one that probably is a little more attractive in her chest floor. She's not quite as heavy muscled. She's a little bit flatter made out of her muscle, not as wide pinned and wide hip, but a good high quality female. And then we round it out by the heifer on the end down there. That's a female that's big, growthy, got a big stout calf its side, just not as attractive and feminine as those heifers, those cows in front of her today. Congratulations.
Your placings for class 28 is first place goes to entry 389, shown by Pac Ponderosa. Second place to entry 144, shown by Casey Harper. And third place to entry 673, shown by Madison Hanson. They're now bringing in the first place winners from class 27 and 28 for the champion cow-calf pair. Your first place winner out of class 27 is entry 206, shown by Twisted S Cattle, Smart Miss Dynamite, 804H3. Your first place winner out of class 28 is entry 389, shown by Pac Ponderosa, PP Miss Sheridan, 915G1. Standing by for reserve, your second place winners out of class 27 and 28. Class 27 is entry 101, shown by Emily Glaze, TCR Queen Bee 55H. And out of class 28 will be entry 144, shown by Casey Harper, Miss JLS Faith 767 G16. This is for champion cow-calf pair.
Not a lot of numbers in the cow-calf division here, but I think there's four really nice females out here in this champion drive. The pair that wins that first class, I think, is just a nice, good, quality made kind of a female. The cow is probably not the biggest hipped and heaviest muscled. That goes to the cow behind her, but I think she's got enough foot and bone and muscle to her. And then you couple with the right kind of a mating, and you end up with a calf like this particular heifer. And that's where this female has the advantage is with this particular calf. It's a high-quality little heifer calf, and then coupled with it, she's got a nice udder and doing a good job milking as well. We come in class, maybe just tuck that udder just a little bit, but that's a good high-quality female. On the flip side, the heifer, the cow that's behind her, really stout-made, thick-ended kind of a female, still really flat in her shoulder and extended, carrying a little extra brisket today. But just a good high-quality female. On the flip side on her, I wish I saw just a little more udder development in her. And then as we study the calf is not near as high quality as the one on the first pair. And so there's some give and take between the two. For me, I think the combination package is going to be the heifer, the cow that wins the first class, and then the cow out of the second class will be reserve division. Congratulations.
Your champion cow-calf pair is entry 206, exhibited by Twisted S Cattle. And your reserve champion cow-calf pair was entry 389, shown by Pac Ponderosa. Coming in now is your class 27 cow-calf pairs, Red Brangus, born January the 1st, 2020 to April the 30th, 2020. Entry 182, shown by Cox Excalibur Brangus, CX, Miss LB's Viola 67H4. Entry 701, shown by Megan Reynolds, GCC, Miss Havana 133H2. Entry 583, shown by Truett Marks, KTS, Ms. Dixie. And entry 440, shown by Cheyenne Durham, CX, Miss Dream Girl 314H. This is class 27, Red Brangus pair.
really good pair to start this class off. I like this female a bunch. I think that's just a high quality female and is doing a good job with this calf at side. She's big middle, she's flat shouldered, she's good out of her front end, she's sound and got a nice udder to go with it. Just an easy winner in this particular class. Nice pair. And then it gets a little bit trickier, I guess, between the next two. I chose to go with a little more moderate frame kind of cow. I think she's got a little bit better udder design, and I think the quality of the calf is maybe just a little bit better on her compared to the one in second. Granted, she's not as big and powerful and heavy muscled, but I think she's better out of her front end and truer on the move. The big red female that comes in next in line's maybe not as attractive in her udder. She's a little bit deeper chested, but she's a female that's got some muscle and growth and performance in her with that. And then we round it off by the cow in the end that is very protective of that calf, but a big growth-oriented kind of a female, extended in her front end. I just wish she was a little wider based, a little more open in her rib design, but for a nice pair, congratulations.
Your placings for class 27, first place to entry 583, shown by Truett Marks. Second place to entry 182, shown by Cox Excalibur Brangus. Third place to entry 440, shown by Cheyenne Durham. And fourth place to entry 701, shown by Megan Reynolds. Entering the ring now is class 28. These are cow-calf pairs born prior to December 31st, 2019. Your entry 407 is exhibited by Marvin Taneka, TX Miss Home Run 76 over G1. Entry 488 is shown by MBJ Ranch, Miss MBJ-JM Gata 236G. Entry 332 is shown by Caden Maschek, Miss MBJ-Fagan Frida 124F4. And entry 561 is shown by Lane Van, Miss Broken A 768F.
Real nice pair to start this class off, and I think she comes to the top pretty easily. One, the combination of the quality in the female, but a nice bull calf at side as well. Cal's doing a really good job there. That's just a really stout featured kind of a female with big middle. At the same time, she's very feminine. She's one, I guess, if you could pick on her a little bit, maybe just shorten her teat length just a little bit. but that's a good pair and wins the class pretty easily. Then it gets to be a little bit of give and take between the two. This next heifer in line is one that's big middled, kind of a female. She's one that wants to get up under herself when you set her in motion and drop her pins. If we could bring her pins up just a little bit and make her move just a little freer, we'd like her a little better. But she's got a nice heifer calf inside, and that's really what separates her and the cow behind her. It's just the quality of probably her udder as well as the quality of the calf inside. And then we round it off by big-bodied, easy fleshing kind of a female that's maybe just a little narrower made, not as wide in her hip, wide in her pin set, and probably just carrying a little extra condition today. But three nice pair. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
For Class 28, your placings are first place to entry 561, shown by Lane Van, Miss Broken A 768F. Second place to entry 488, shown by MBJ Ranch. And third place to entry 407, shown by Marvin Taneka. Coming in now is our champion drive for champion cow-calf pair. Your first place winner from Class 27 is entry 583, shown by Truett Marks, KTS Miss Dixie. Your first place winner from Class 28 is entry 561, shown by Lane Van, Miss Broken A 768F. Standing by for reserve, your second place winner out of Class 27 is entry 182, shown by Cox Excalibur Brangus, CX Ms. LD's Viola 67H4. And your second place winner out of Class 28 is entry 488, shown by MBJ Ranch, Miss MBJ-JM Gata 236G. This is for your champion cow-calf pair.
Really good pair show in the red Brangus here today, and I think we've got four individuals out here are high quality, and I think there's two heifers that'll be your grand and reserve cow-calf pair that certainly deserve to. For me, I think there's just one female that, from an udder design, balance, and eye appeal, the amount of muscle she's got, as well as the flatness of shoulder and extension, she just puts a lot of pieces together. And then the one that's going to follow right behind her is really a good female in her type and kind. Maybe not as good out of her top as the other one. Now, granted, she probably has just a little bit better calf today, but I think there's some give and take with that. And you just have to decide which one you're going to use. You're going to use the one with a little better calf, or you're going to use the one that maybe is just a better female in general. For me, this female hit me hard when she walked in, and she'll be your champion pair, and then we'll follow it by the other one that was won the second class. Congratulations.
Your champion red Brangus pair goes to entry 583, shown by Truett Mark. And your reserve champion pair goes to entry 561, shown by Lane Van. We're going directly into our Ultra Show. There will be a 30-minute break for pictures after the conclusion of the Ultra Show. This is class 5, ultra female. Entry 67 is shown by Ava Noriega, champ Miss Black Widow. And this will be a single entry in this class.
Not a single entry here in the ultra black division, but a real nice, feminine, long spine kind of a female that gets out and moves really freely. We'll talk her a little more as we get into that division. Congratulations.
This is class 6, ultra females. Entry 69, shown by Ava Noriega, champ Miss Godiva, 150J5. Entry 91 is shown by FA Cattle, CAPO Miss Cashflow, 362J.
Really refined and feminine female to start the class off. Female that's got some rib shape to her. She's sound on the move and flat shoulder and extended her front end. Compared to the other heifer behind her, she's probably a little flatter in her muscle design. But again, there was some give and take between these two females. The heifer that's in second, granted, is just a little bit heavier muscled, more expressive down her top and around. She too is also, if you study her, she's a little coarser shouldered, a little wastier in her brisket, and maybe doesn't balance out in her midline as well as the heifer in front of her. Congratulations.
Placings for class 6, first place to Ava Noriega, entry 69, and second place to entry 91, shown by FA Cattle. We're now bringing in our first place winner from class 5 to compete for senior champion. Entry 67 is shown by Ava Noriega, champ Miss Black Widow. And first place winner out of Class 6, entry 69, also shown by Ava Noriega, champ Miss Godiva, 150J5. Standing by for reserve is entry 91, shown by FA Cattle, Capo Miss Cashflow, 362J. This is for senior heifer calf champion.
Just three heifers in this particular division, the calf division here, but three nice females. We've got the heifer that wins the first class, a little bigger frame, a little longer spine, kind of a female. Female that's probably just a little more open in her rib and just a touch shot more bone as well. The heifer that wins the second class was one that's made a lot like her, just not quite as stout featured compared to that one that wins the first class. And so for me, I think it's pretty easy. You keep those two first places together. Young man, you'll win the division, and young lady, you'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Your champion, senior calf champion, ultra females, entry 67, shown by Ava Noriega. And your reserve is entry 69, shown by Ava Noriega. We'll be bringing in your class 10. It has 2 entries. This will be for summer yearling champion heifer. Your entries for class 10, entry 492, shown by Madeline Eskew, GKB Square Avon, 302J. And entry 530, shown by Trio Cattle and Genetics, MGS Trios Jabella, 700J.
two real nice ultras in this particular class, and this will also be your division here. The black female to me is one that when she plants, she's just a little bit cleaner in her chest floor. I like the way her neck comes out of her spine, and I really appreciate the shape and dimension of the rib that she has. And she's probably just a little more expressive in her muscle pattern as well. A high quality female. Nothing to take against this one here that comes in second. She's maybe doesn't have kind of that swooping rib that the one that wins the class, and she's maybe carrying just a touch more chest floor. But two nice females to win that particular division.
Your summer yearling champion heifer goes to entry 492, shown by Madeline Askew. And your reserve summer champion is entry 530, shown by Trio Cattle and Genetics. This is class 14. Your entry 463 is shown by Peyton Hansen, MCC Miss Dixie, 17J. Entry 39 shown by Macy Merrick, LR Miss McLean, 302J. Entry 726 shown by Audrey Accord, Miss Broken A, Jackie O. And entry 727 shown by Audrey Accord, Miss Broken A Jewel, 14J.
Really a high quality female to start this class off with, and I think she wins pretty easily. Just tremendously big bellied, kind of a female, just a lot of cow power in there. She's got enough muscle and bone, substance of foot to her, but at the same time, she's keeping very attractive through her front end. I guess, if you could change her a little bit, she's probably pushing the limit on condition, especially in through that chest floor. She's one that could be kicked out for a little bit, freshen up, but that's an awfully good female. And then we get into two red heifers, and they kind of look almost cookie cutter looking between the two. The first red heifer to me is just a little bigger bellied, just a little bit more maternal looking than the second one. She's a female that's big-footed and bone and just a lot of muscle that goes along with it. Compared to the one in front, just didn't have as much internal dimension. And the same thing that goes with this next one. She's just a little tighter-hearted, flatter ribbed. We could open her up a little bit. We certainly appreciate the muscle and foot and bone. Bigger bellied, kind of a female that comes in next in line. She's also a little shorter bodied, kind of a female, but you appreciate the maternal look about her. She's just a little bit uncoordinated on the movement, and you study her from behind. She's a little narrower pin than those heifers that come before her today.
Class placings for Class 14. First place entry 463, shown by Peyton Hansen. Second place entry 727, shown by Audrey Acord. Third place entry 726, shown by Audrey Acord. And fourth place entry 39, shown by Macy Merrick. We're bringing in the lineup for our yearling division out of Class 13, which was a single entry. We have entry 133, shown by Catherine Allen, OCR Party Line 487J. First place entry from Class 14 is entry 463, shown by Peyton Hansen, MCC Miss Dixie 17J. Standing by for reserve, the second place winner out of Class 14 is entry 727, shown by Audrey Acord, Miss Broken A Jewel 14J.
In this division of ultras here, we've got two blacks and then the red over there. The black that's in this first class was one that was a single entry, so we haven't seen her before. But this is a high-quality individual. Super thick-ended, big back, a lot of rib shape, but at the same time, she's still fresh and feminine throughout that head and neck. Just a high-quality female. The heifer that wins that second class there was one that's just big-bellied, kind of a female. She's a female that's maybe a little shorter coupled, so that appears that she's just a little deeper bodied. But you appreciate the cow look to her. Compared to the other heifer in front of her, she's probably a little flatter made in her muscle, a little lighter muscle in general, and a little narrower pin, and probably just pushing the extent on condition. But two really good females there, and then the red that fell in second in that class is a high quality individual as well. So for me today, I think there's one female that suits me a little better than the other one. But two good females. Let's give these guys a big round of applause.
Your champion yearling heifer is entry 133, shown by Catherine Allen. And your reserve champion is entry 463, shown by Peyton Hansen. This is class 17 in the ring. Entry 574 is shown by Madeline Nichols, M&R Miss Lizzo, 535H. Entry 322 is shown by W5 Cattle, W5 Miss Rose, 215H.
Real good way to start this class off. I think this female is the bigger middled, stouter featured from a bone and muscle standpoint, but at the same time, she keeps a fairly attractive front end design as well. A good functional kind of a female. Not to take away anything on this female here. I like the way that she has the extension of neck and front end, the way that neck comes high out of her spine. She just doesn't have quite the muscle mass or substance of bone that the heifer that wins the class has here today. Congratulations. As we get out here for division, we've got the 2 Novembers in the first class and then a September in this second class. The Septembers, we bring her out here and compare to the other 2. She's maybe not as attractive and feminine extended in that front end and maybe gives up a little bit of muscle mass and bone. But that's a nice female. She's got some internal dimension. She's got enough muscle. She just got 2 heifers in front of her that are really high quality. And so for me today, I think for this particular division, we're going to keep those 2 together. You'll be champion, and young man, you'll be reserve of that division.
We had a single entry in the senior heifer division, so your champion senior heifer will be entry 421, shown by Brianna Hicks, WL Miss Camora 701H. We're now bringing in our drive for champion ultra female. Your senior heifer calf champion is entry 67, shown by Ava Noriega, champ Ms. Black Widow. Your yearling champion is entry 492, shown by Madeline Askew, GKB Square Avon 302J. Your yearling champion heifer was entry 133, shown by Catherine Allen, OCR Party Line 487J. And your junior champion heifer is entry 574, shown by Madeline Nichols, MNR Miss Lizzo 535H. Senior champion heifer is entry 421, shown by Brianna Hicks. This is for your champion ultra female. Your reserve division standing by for reserve champion is senior heifer calf. Reserve senior is entry 69, shown by Ava Noriega, champ Miss Godiva 150J5. Your reserve summer yearling is entry 530, shown by Trio Cattle and Genetics, MGS Trio Javela 700J. Reserve yearling champion heifer is entry 463, shown by Peyton Hansen, MCC Miss Dixie 17J. And your reserve junior champion heifer is entry 322, shown by W5 Cattle, W5 Miss Rose 215H.
Really good set of ultra females here. We've got mostly blacks out here, and then we had one red. And if you study these females, I think there's a lot of good in these cattle. There's some differences in type and kind because we had some small classes. We started off with the first division down there, a really nice, functional kind of a female. Could add just a shot more muscle and bone to her and just open her up in a rib. That next division was a good division as well. We had the black heifer and then the ultra red on the other side there. Two high quality females. This particular black heifer surfaced to the top of the division. She's just a little more open in her rib design, maybe a little more attractive out of her first third of her body. If you could change hers, just maybe stouten her up just a little bit in her foot and bone and even muscle, but a nice female. Really good division in this next one. There was two extremely high quality ultra blacks in that division. This female that wins the division was just really big footed and bone, stout muscle, big middle, but at the same time, she keeps a very attractive, feminine, and fresh-looking front end on her as well. So a nice, high-quality female. And then the reserve in that division was a big-bodied, just a good brood cow, kind of a female that's super sound as well. So really a high-quality division there. And then we get into this next division, the last one that we judged. Two good females there. This female that wins the division is a big middled, stout, kind of featured female. Maybe could be a little more attractive out of that first third of her body, but a nice female. And then we rounded off with that single entry division that is one that's extremely elegant out of her front end, flat shouldered, neat out of her neck and head. She's got some middle to her. She's due to calve at 2 years of age. She's one that you could maybe stouten her up compared to some of these other females out here, but a good quality female as well. So a good ultra show. Let's give these guys a big round of applause, and I'll pick your champion in reserve.
Your champion ultra female is entry 133, shown by Catherine Allen, OCCR Party Line 487J. And your reserve champion ultra female was entry 463, shown by Peyton Hansen, MCC Miss Dixie 17J. We're now getting ready for our ultra pair show. After the ultra pair show, there will be a 30-minute break for pictures, and the bulls show will start after that.
the pretty logical placing here. This female that wins the cow-cat division here in the Ultra is really a high-quality female. I think as you study her standing still, she's got some power and foot and substance of bone. She's still feminine in her design, got a nice little udder and a nice calf to go along with it. I guess if you could pick on her a little bit, if you study her back feet a little bit, she's got a little bit of a curl to those claws, but that's picking on a nice, awfully good female. The next female back in line is the one that's long and extended in her front end. She's long spine. She's one that's maybe just not as powerfully made as the other one, and a female that's maybe not as attractive of the udder and teat design. But two good pairs. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
On your Ultra Cow Calf Pair show, your champion pair was entry 456, shown by Savannah Hansen. Hannah is her name. Entry 624 was your reserve, shown by Claire Gill. AC Triple Crown Ranch, TCR El Camino 56K, and entry 328 shown by Quinn Burns, BB Cross Canadian 150K3.
Good way to start off our bull show, and we're going to start off with the young lady's bull here that is a January calf that's got a lot of growth and performance in him. One is super thick-ended, big backed, and really just big-footed and boned as well, and puts it together in a good package. If you want to criticize him a little bit, maybe just soften him just a touch in his pasterns as you set him in motion, but a nice bull. And then the young man's bull that comes in second. It's a real good pattern made bull. He's still real green at this stage of the game, but he's one. You really study his lines. He's very well developed as far as structure-wise. He's sound, and you put him in motion. Just a little bit more time, and that bull will come on, and he's going to be a nice prospect for the young man. And then we round it out by February Baby that it too follows right behind the one in front of him. Well made, well designed. I like the way his neck comes out of his spine. Just needs a little more time on feed, and we'll see how that guy develops down the road. Congratulations.
Class 32 was also your junior bull calf and reserve junior bull calf champion. So your champion is entry 19 shown by Triple Crown Ranch, TCR El Camino 56K. And your reserve champion is entry 328 shown by Quinn Burns, BB Cross Canadian 150K3. There was a single red entry in class 32. Will be automatically considered the junior bull calf champion, will be brought back for champion drive. Entering the ring now will be class 35 black Brangus. Your class 35 entries are entry 675 is shown by Madison Hanson, WRC Mr. Double Play 915J83. Entry 16 shown by Triple Crown Ranch, TCR Renegade 302J13. Entry 134 shown by Catherine Allen, ACC High 5, 674 J15, entry 303, shown by KNL Brangus, KL Jaeger 68J.
Two nice bulls to start this class off. We're going to go with the bigger frame kind of a bull, but I think this is a bull that he really big backed. He's expressive in his quarter. He's extending his front end, and he gets out and he moves well. Just a good bull prospect. The one behind him is just a little bit a smaller version of him from the standpoint, maybe not quite as powerfully muscled, but certainly adequate muscle and just a beautiful design on this particular bull. Two good quality bull prospects. And then it becomes a little more challenging between the next two. I think there's some give and take. I chose to go with the next bull, even though he's maybe not as powerful as the bull that comes in fourth. He's one that I think he probably gets out and he travels just a little bit better. Change him up, just give him a little more muscle from end to end and stouten him up from a bone and footwork. And then we round it out by this guy who's certainly got some muscle shape down his top. He just wants to get a little bit awkward out of his back legs, he's a little bit sickle-hocked and hawked in and drops his pins as we set him in motion. But a nice class of bulls. Congratulations.
Placings for Class 35. First place, entry 16, shown by Triple Crown Ranch. Second place, entry 134, shown by Catherine Allen. Third place is 675, shown by Madison Hanson. And fourth place, entry 303, shown by K&L Brangus. This is Class 36 in the ring, entry 337, shown by Camille Burns. BB Turnpike, 150J5, And entry 66 shown by Ava Noriega, champ Mr. Optimus Prime.
I think there's some give and take in these two bulls. We can go ahead and pull him on out. I chose to go with one I think's just got a little more muscle shape from end to end. He's bigger and squarer out of his hip. He's more expressive in his quarter, and I think he's bigger footed and bigger boned as well. As he maybe balance out as far as attractiveness through that first third as the calf behind him, probably not. But I think he balances good enough, and I chose to go over a little more power and muscle mass over just strictly attractiveness. The attractive bull, especially through his front end, is the second place one. But he's one that I wish he could just be a little softer in his middle, a little bit bigger footed and bone, and a little more expressive in his muscle. But that's a good looking bull from the side. Congratulations.
First place out of class 36 is entry 66 shown by Ava Noriega. And second place is entry 337 shown by Camille Burns. We'll be bringing in our class champions for competition in the Senior Bull Calf Championship. Out of class 35, first place is entry 16 shown by Triple Crown Ranch TCR Renegade 302J13. And from class 36 is entry 66 shown by Ava Noriega, champ Mr. Optimus Prime. Your two second place winners are entry 134 shown by Catherine Allen, ACC High 5 674 J15. And from class 36, entry 337 shown by Camille Burns, BB Turnpike 150 J5. This is for Bull Calf Champion.
this bull calf champion here. I think there's several bulls out here that are certainly competitive in their type and kind. The two bulls that came out of that first class, I think there was two extremely high quality individuals. There's one that's maybe just a little more performance, just a little more power at this stage of the game. And the second one was one that's just a beautifully attractive package with enough muscle and bone as well. And then you had your second class where you had one that was a little more powerful, maybe not as balanced, versus one that was a little lighter muscled, but certainly balanced. So there's some give and take in maybe all of them. For me, it just logically makes sense. We keep those two bulls out of the first class together. And so young lady will be champion of the division. The other young lady will be reserve. Congratulations.
Your senior bull calf champion is entry 16, shown by Triple Crown Ranch, and your reserve is entry 134, shown by Catherine Allen. This is a single class, so it'll be for division with two entries. Class 35, entry 499, shown by KO's Cattle Service, GCC Heifer Grande 225J1. I'm sorry, this is two separate classes with two single entries that'll be for division. This is class 36. It has one entry, entry 94, shown by FA Cattle, Mr. Turbo, 844 over J2. This will be for senior bull calf division.
Couple of fall bulls in this particular division. I'm going to go with the smaller bull, which is also the younger bull of the two. I just think that bull calf is really a nice individual from the standpoint of just balance and eye appeal. And you get around behind him, and he's got some muscle to go with it. He's just a little greener today, but that's all right. He's still a young calf at this stage of the game. He wins pretty easily. Bigger, growthier bull that is either September and October's one. You appreciate the growth and performance. He's got some muscle shape to him. He just maybe doesn't balance up as well. He's a little bit coarser fronted and drops his pins a little bit and maybe doesn't move quite as well. But two nice, high-quality bulls be your grand and reserve of this division.
Your senior bull calf champion in the red Brangus is entry 499, shown by KO's Cattle Service, GCC Heifer Grande 225J1. And your reserve champion is entry number 94, shown by FA Cattle. This is class 40 in the ring, entry 73, shown by Ava Noriega, champ Mr. Top Shelf 28J. Entry 166, shown by Eris Spacey, 6B John Boy.
Two entries in this class, and this will also be your division champion in reserve. I think the young lady's bull's an awfully good bull prospect. Big-footed, just really good in his bone makeup as well, and he gets out and he moves, and you get around behind him, he's big-backed and he's expressive in his muscle. Just a high-quality bull prospect. The bull behind him is certainly a nice bull as well. He's long spine, extended in his front end. He's maybe not quite as big-footed and bone as the one in front of him, and maybe not as expressive in his muscle, but another high-quality bull. Congratulations.
Class 39 was a single entry with a scratch. So class 40, first place was Summer Yearling Division Champion, entry 166, shown by Eris Spacey. And reserve division was entry 73, shown by Ava Noriega. This is class 40. There's 4 entries. This will also be for Summer Yearling Champion Bull, entry 646, shown by Via Ranch. Via's Valentino, 59J14. Entry 648, shown by Via Ranch. Via's Sensation, 71J. Entry 297, shown by Gary Studs. Dos Equis Dynamite's Rock. Entry 479, shown by MBJ Ranch, Mr. MBJ Johnny Cash. This is for Summer Yearling Champion Bull.
these top two bulls, there's some give and take among the two, and I kind of switched in my mind a couple times which way I was going to go. I chose to go with the bigger frame bull. I think he's one, if you really study him from true muscle dimension, he's more expressive down his top. He's more expressive in his quarter. He's a bull that, two, is probably just a little more extended out of his front end as well, and just a little longer spine. And he gets out and moves, I think, a little bit better as well. Does he have the depth of body that the bull behind him does? No, but I think he's got enough rib shape and design about him. The bull behind him is certainly a deeper bodied kind of a bull that at first glance you think that's the bull to beat out here. But the more you study him, he's a little lighter muscled, kind of a bull, and he gets up a little bit jammed up in his front end. If we could just stretch his neck out a little bit. But two high-quality bulls. There's some give and take among the two. The red bull is next in line. Long spine, big backed. He's one that's just a little bit coarser shouldered and a little bit tighter in his heart and his flank, but a nice, good, growth-oriented bull. And then we round it out by a big, stout kind of a bull here that comes in next in line. Just wish that he was a little bit wider based and wish he handled himself off his back legs a little bit better today. Got just a touch of swelling in that one hock. But good class of bulls. Congratulations.
Placings for Class 40. First place and Summer Yearling Champion Bull was entry 297, shown by Gary Stutz. Second place and Reserve Summer Yearling Champion Bull was entry 648, shown by Via Ranch. Third place was entry 646, shown by Via Ranch. And fourth place, entry 479, shown by MBJ Ranch. This is Class 43 entering the ring. Entry 92, shown by FA Cattle. Mr. Ms. Chicho, 767J5. Entry 230, shown by GKB Cattle. LB Mr. Title Shot, 1251J. Entry 231, shown by GKB Cattle. LB Mr. Titleist, 915J3. Entry 610, shown by Weston Hinsey. Mr. Bar J Black Label, 789J2. And entry 391, shown by Pac Ponderosa, PP Mr. Presidente, 915J3. This is Class 43 in the ring.
Nice class of bulls. I think the young lady's bull starts off pretty handily and really a high quality bull. I love the hip design, the skeletal design on this bull. He's big middled, he's level topped, he gets out and he moves really well. And at the same time, he stays pretty attractive through that first third of his body. Just a real good bull to start the class off with. The next bull in the lineup's one that's maybe just a little bit bigger framed, maybe a little greener today compared to that one. But there's a lot of good in this bull as well. He's good hipped, he's big top. With time, that bull's going to belly down and I think be a real good bull prospect down the road. The next two get a little more challenging. This bull, I chose to go with him over the fourth placeman, mainly just off of structural soundness. Granted, this bull's a little flatter muscled, a little narrower topped and narrow based, but he does get out and he moves freely and he's good in his joint work. The fourth bull is one that's big hipped and expressive there. For me, just as you study his hock design, I'd like him to be a little smoother and prettier out of that hock and a little sounder as we set him in motion. But nice set of bulls. Congratulations.
Placings for Class 43. First place entry 92, shown by FA Cattle. Second place entry 231, shown by GKB Cattle. Third place entry 391, shown by Pac Ponderosa. And fourth place entry 230, shown by GKB Cattle. Class 44 Bulls is entering the ring. Entry 120, shown by Clevie Allen. ACC Batter Up 25J6. Entry 360, shown by MP Brangus. MP Mr. Magnum 804J65. And entry 141, shown by Casey Harper. HCT Mr. Lambert's Callium.
We would like to thank our badge sponsors for the Texas Invitational: Lavender Brangus, KTS Cattle, Ferris Ranch and Company, and Bovine Elite. Let's give it a round of applause for our badge level sponsor.
Pretty easy decision here. We're going to go with the bull here that's in second. I think that's an awfully good bull. If you study that bull just from the standpoint of foot structure, all the way around, that is just a good functional ground pounder bull. I love the way he moves. I love his hip design, the middle that he has. At the same time, he's really good out of his shoulder and extended out of his neck. Just a high quality individual there. Wins the class pretty easily. Big growthy kind of a bull that comes in next in line. Extremely long spine. He is big backed and got the muscle to go with it. He's one that's maybe a little coarser fronted and just wants to get up under himself when we set him in motion. But two nice bulls. Congratulations.
We're lining up our division for Junior Yearling Champion. Your Class 43 first place winner is entry 92, shown by FA Cattle. Ms. Chicho, 767J5. First place winner out of Class 44, entry 360, shown by MP Brangus. MP Mr. Magnum, 804J65. Standing by for reserve, second place out of Class 43 is entry 231, shown by GKB Cattle. LB Mr. Titleist 915J3. And your second place winner out of Class 44 is entry 141, shown by Casey Harper, HCT Mr. Lambert's Callum.
Not a lot of bulls in this division, but I think we've got 4 quality bulls, and I think there's going to be 2 of them that are going to win this division that are super nice in their type and kind. The bull out of the first class, we commented how powerful he was and sound and good looking that he was. Just a high quality individual. And then the one behind him, I think, is just kind of a unique individual just from the standpoint of a rib shape, squareness of hip, soundness, but it still keeps a lot of attractiveness with him as well. So for me, it's a pretty easy decision. The bull out of the second class wins, and then the reserve will be out of the first class. Congratulations.
Your champion yearling bull is entry 360, shown by MP Brangus, and your reserve champion is entry 92, shown by FA Cattle. The next red division coming in is 2 single entry classes. No, I'm sorry, it's class 44 coming in with 2 entries. And entry 483 shown by MBJ Ranch, Mr. MBJ Jefe, 296J, and entry 183 shown by Cox Excalibur, CX Forever Harley. This is class 44.
I'm going to use the lighter colored bull here to win the class. I think he's an awfully good bull from the standpoint of muscle, shape, and dimension, but also attractive through his front end, and he's got some middle to go with it. If you want to pick on him just a little bit, is maybe just set him down in his pasterns a little bit to make him a little softer, but a nice bull. The red bull probably excels a little bit as you set him in motion. He is a little softer pattern, but I think, too, as you study him, he's just a little flatter made in his quarter. We just open him up, give him a little more base width. We maybe could move him up a little higher today. Congratulations.
This is our division for junior yearling champion, Red Brangus Bull. There was a single entry in class 43 that we haven't seen that was brought in. This is entry number 426, shown by the Mary A. Ranch, Mr. Mary A. Joppa. First place out of class 44 was entry 183, shown by Cox Excalibur Brangus, CX Forever Harley. And standing by for reserve out of the second place in class 44 is 483, shown by MBJ Ranch, Mr. MBJ Jeff, 296J. This is for junior yearling champion bull.
Our single entry in that first class, big growth-oriented kind of a bull that's got a lot of performance in him, a bull that you appreciate the foot and bone work that he has. I think as you study him, he's adequate in his muscle design, but if you wanted to change him up, you just like to balance him up on both ends. He gets a little off in his hip, his pin placement's down, and he's just a little coarser, rougher through his first third of his body. And so I think it's real easy on your division champion here, and then it gets a little closer for your reserve. For me, your division champion is going to be this bull in front of me. He wins pretty handily. And then we'll follow it up with a darker red bull will be your reserve.
Your junior yearling champion bull is entry 183, shown by Cox Excalibur Brangus. And your reserve division is entry 483, shown by MBJ Ranch. There was a single black entry in class 48, which will automatically be your senior yearling champion. He'll be brought back for the champion drive at the end of the show. Entering the ring now is your class 47 Red Brangus Bulls, entry 299, shown by Gary Stutz, Dos Equis Dynamite, and entry 298, shown by Gary Stutz, Dos Equis Dynamites. This is class 47 Red Brangus.
Two high quality bulls in this particular division, and I think there's one standing in front of me is really just a nice individual, very well presented today, but he wins pretty handily. I think he's the stoutest featured bull of the two. He's big backed, he's very expressive in his quarter, big footed and bone. I love the middle in him, but at the same time, he's still attractive in that front end as well. Just a good high quality bull. The bull in front of him is one that's a growthier type bull, a bull that's, as you study him, you appreciate the rib shape and design, but he is a little flatter made. He's a little bit lighter muscled in his quarter, and he doesn't have near as much shape and out of his top, but a good, well-patterned kind of a bull to round out this particular division. Congratulations.
Class 47 placing. First place goes to entry 298, shown by Gary Stutz, and second place goes to entry 299, also shown by Gary Stutz. Our entries for class 48 are entering the ring. Entry 408, shown by Marvin Taneka, TX Home Run 53H3, and entry 531, shown by Trio Cattle and Genetics, Trio's FFF Hurricane.
We're going to go with the bull. I think it's a little bit more extended in his front end. He's longer in his hip design, and I think he's truer on his feet and legs and a little bit stouter boned and footed as well. He's a bull that I think as you study him and compare him to the other bull, he's probably just a little bit trimmer today, this stage of the game, but just a high-quality individual. The bull that comes in second's one that's got some shape and dimension down his top. He's probably just a touch better behind his blades than the bull that wins the class, but he's one that maybe doesn't balance out from end to end. He's a little coarser, deeper chested out of his front end, maybe not as powerful in his bone makeup. But two nice bulls. Congratulations.
Placings for Class 48. First place to entry 531, shown by Trio Cattle and Genetics, and second place to entry 408, shown by Marvin Taneka. We're lining up our drive for Senior Yearling Champion. First place out of Class 47 is entry 298, shown by Gary Stutz, Dos Equis, Dynamite's Hercules. First place out of Class 48 is entry number 531, shown by Trio Cattle and Genetics, Trios FFF Hurricane. Second place winner, standing by for reserve out of Class 47 is entry 299, shown by Gary Stutz, Dos Equis, Dynamite's Timber. And from Class 48, entry 408, shown by Marvin Taneka, TX Home Run 53H3. So for Senior Yearling Champion Bull.
Really good set of bulls in this division. Not a lot of numbers, but I think there's some real good quality out here, especially the individual that's going to win it, and I think there's one that's going to follow right behind him that's pretty similar in the quality. The bull on the end is one that he's just a monster. He's big-topped, really expressive in his muscle pattern, but at the same time, he's big-bellied and sound, and he's got some extension and attractiveness to him as well. Really a good bull. The bull that wins the second class is one that's long-fronted, probably just a little more attractive and flatter in his shoulder design, but doesn't have quite the muscle mass as the bull that wins that first class. And so two really good bulls. We got 2 seconds that fall behind them. For me, it's pretty easy, logical decision. We'll use the bull out of the first class to win it, and then the bull out of the second class with your reserve division. Congratulations.
Senior Yearling Champion Bull is out of Class 47, entry 298, shown by Gary Stutz, and Reserve Division is entry 531, shown by Trio Cattle and Genetics. We do not have any black bulls in the Junior Champion Bull Division, so we'll go right to the Class 51 and 52 are single entry classes, so they are automatically first place, and this will be for Junior Champion Bull Division. Class 51 is entry 146, shown by Caden Maschek, KWM Mr. Creed Moores. And from Class 52 is entry 409, shown by Marvin Taneka, TX Dream Forever.
I like the young man's bull to start the class off. I think he excels over the bull behind him just from a sheer standpoint of foot, circumference, and size of bone, and just ruggedness in him. I think he's also deeper bodied and deeper in his flank design. and probably just a little more attractive out of that front end. Now, granted, he's probably not as expressive in his lower quarter and not as big back, but I think this bull's got ample muscle and wins the class pretty handily. The bull behind him, again, he's just massive top, big back, very expressive in his lower quarter. But then if you begin to study him, you'd like to give him a shot more foot and bone, and then just maybe make him a little more attractive in that first third of his body. So congratulations.
Class 55 entries are entry 304, shown by K&L Brangus, KL Troubadour, 77 age, and entry 142, shown by Casey Harper, HCT Royce, Mr. Boudreau.
Real nice way to start off this class. Big, stout, growth-oriented kind of a bull. It's got some look and eye appeal to him. He's big-backed. He's very expressive in his muscle design. And at the same time, he still gets out and he moves freely and got some attractiveness to him as well. The bull behind him is one that certainly a large frame bull as well, and he's got some shape and dimension. Challenge with him is as you study him from the side, he just doesn't balance as well from end to end. He's a little deeper chested, coarser fronted, and he doesn't have the muscle mass to go with that to balance him up. But two nice, high quality bulls. Congratulations.
First place goes to entry 304, shown by K&L Brangus, and second place to entry 142, shown by Casey Harper. Class 56 is entering the ring. Your entry 82 is shown by Bailey Seasongood, DA Tombstone. Entry 627 is shown by Claire Gill, GBB Resistol, 789 G4.
I think there's some give and take between these two bulls. The bull that's going to win the class is probably not the biggest top, the biggest hipped and most expressive bull. Um, but I think he's a bull that, as you study him from the side, he just balances out a little bit better. I like his shoulder, the way it lays in. He's a little bit neater and tighter in that shoulder design versus the bull behind him is a little more open in his shoulder. He's a bull that gets out and moves. If I could critique him a little bit, I'd like to see his back right foot. He wants to roll it some, and as he gets older, that can be a challenge. But I think he's pretty much sound, and he gets out and moves good enough. The bull behind him's one that is big hipped and massive top, a lot of growth and performance in him. But he's a bull, I think, as you study him out of his front end, he's a little too wide open for me. And at times, he wants to give you the appearance that he may be a little bit straight out of that shoulder and out of that front knee. But two nice bulls. Congratulations.
Class champion from class 56 is entry 82, shown by Bailey Seasongood, and second place entry 627, shown by Claire Gill. We're bringing our lineup for our senior champion bull. First place winner out of class 55 is entry 304, shown by KL Brangus. And class champion from class 56 is entry 82, shown by Bailey Seasongood.
In this division, we've got four older bulls out here, and in the two classes, and I think they're four high quality individuals, and I think there's several different ways you can go. You got a bull that wins the first class that's big bodied, really smooth in his shoulder design, maybe not as expressive in his muscle pattern as the bull behind him. But you appreciate the depth of body, shape, the rib that he has. The bull behind him is one that is just, I really love his hip design, his lower quarter, the foot and bone work that he has. At the same time, he's got enough rib and extension of front end to go with it. We commented in class, just a little bitty thing was that his back right foot's wearing just a little bit different, so he wants to bow out just a touch, but that's getting critical on a really good bull. So good set of bulls. Let me look at them one more time, and I'll pick your champion in reserve. Give them a round of applause.
Your senior bull champion is entry 82, owned by Bailey Seasongood, and reserve champ is entry 304, shown by K&L Brangus. These are two single entries in class 55 and 56, so this will be for senior champion Red Brangus Bull, entry 186, shown by Cox Excalibur Brangus, CX LD Monument 67H7, and entry 188, shown by Cox Excalibur Brangus, CX Hombres Red Load. This is for senior champion bull.
Two single entries here and two really nice bulls. You got some differences in type and kind. You got one bull that's maybe a little deeper bodied, boulder sprung in his rib, maybe a little more attractive and extended in his front end, but at the same time he's a little flatter in his muscle design and doesn't have as much shape down his top. And then the bull behind him is just a powerhouse. I mean, he's huge backed and very expressive in his quarter, probably one of the thickest bulls that we've seen today out here, but he gets out and he moves fairly freely as well. If you could criticize him as maybe just clean him up a little bit in his front end and just give him a shot more bone, but a nice bull that there's a lot of things that you can do with him. So for me, I'm going to go with the powerhouse. The bull in the back will be your champion and the bull in the front will be reserve.
Our champion drive for Brangus Bulls is entering the ring. Your junior bull calf champion is entry 19, shown by Triple Crown Ranch, TCR El Camino 56K. Your senior bull calf champion is entry 16, shown by Triple Crown Ranch, TCR Renegade 302J13. Your summer yearling champion is entry 166, shown by Eris Basie, 6B John Boy. Your junior yearling champion bull is entry 360, shown by MP Brangus, MP Mr. Magnum 804, J65. Your senior yearling champion bull is shown by Via Ranch, Via's Mr. Dynamite 74, H6. And your senior champion bull is shown by Bailey Season Good, DA Tombstone. Your reserve division winners in the junior bull calf champion was entry number 328, shown by Quinn Burns, BB Cross Canadian 150K3. Your reserve senior bull calf was entry 134, shown by Catherine Allen, ACC High 5 674J15. Your reserve summer yearling champion was entry 73, shown by Ava Noriega, champ Mr. Top Shelf 28J. Your reserve yearling champion was entry 92, shown by FA Cattle, Mr. Ms. Chicho 767J5. And your reserve senior champion is entry 304, shown by K&L Brangus, KL Troubadour. This is your champion Brangus Bull Drive.
Well, it's certainly been a pleasure to sort through these black Brangus today, and we've got division winners, or 6 division winners, and then 6 reserves out here that are high quality. I'm really pleased with all these division winners out here, all the way from the 2 calves down on the end to those mature bulls down on the other end. I think we've got some really high quality individuals. And I think our reserve divisions are high quality as well. So let's give these guys a big round of applause, and I'll pick your grand and reserve Brangus bull.
Your champion Brangus bull was entry 360, shown by MP Brangus, MP Mr. Magnum 804 J65. Competing for reserve is entry 92, shown by FA Cattle. Your reserve champion Brangus Bulls entry 166, shown by Eris Basie, 6B John Boy. This concludes your Brangus Bull show. We'll now be bringing in the red Brangus Bull champion drive. The junior bull calf champion is entry 560, shown by Lane Van, LV's Mr. Cash. Your senior bull calf champion entry 499, shown by KO's Cattle Service, GCC Hefe Grande 225J1. Your summer yearling champion is entry 297, shown by Gary Stutz, Dos Equis Dynamite's Rock. Your junior yearling champion bull is entry 183, shown by Cox Excalibur Brangus, CX Forever Harley. Your senior yearling champion bull is entry 298, shown by Gary Stutz, Dos Equis Diamondites Hercules. Your junior champion bull is entry 146, shown by Caden Mousecheck, KWM Mr. Creedmoors. And your senior champion bull is entry 188, shown by Cox Excalibur Brangus, CX Ombres Red Load. Reserve division winners, your senior bull calf champion is entry 94, shown by FA Cattle, Mr. Turbo 844 J2. The reserve summer yearling champion is entry 648, shown by Via Ranch, Via Sensation. The reserve junior yearling champion bull is entry 483, shown by MBJ Ranch, Mr. MBJ Jeff 296J. Reserve senior yearling champion bull is entry 531, shown by Trio Cattle and Genetics, Trio's FFF Hurricane. The reserve champion junior bull is entry 409, shown by Marvin Taneka, TX Dream Forever. And the reserve senior champion bull is entry 186, shown by Cox Excalibur Brangus, CX LD Monuments 67H7.
Wrapping up our red Brangus bull show here. I think there's a good set of bulls out here, and it's exciting to see the numbers of red Angus bulls that were entered this year and that we sorted through as well. I think there's several different ways you could go with as far as your champion and reserve. I think there's one that's kind of hit me the hardest when it came in the ring, and then I've got to decide, well, how do I sort out the reserve champion with that? But nice set of bulls. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Your Red Bull champion is entry 298, shown by Gary Stutz, Dos Equis, Dynamite's Hercules. Competing for reserve out of the reserve division is entry 531, shown by Trio Cattle and Genetics, Trio's FFF Hurricane. The reserve red Brangus bull is entry 531, shown by Trio Cattle and Genetics, Trio's FFF Hurricane. This concludes our red Brangus bull show. We'll be moving into the open ultra bull show. The Supreme Drive will be done directly after the Ultra Bull show, before the group classes. So if you have a female or a bull that is in the Supreme Drive, please make your way to the makeup area. Class 35 is a single entry and will come back into the division drive. Class 36 has entry 68, shown by Ava Noriega, champ Mr. Limitless 150J7. Entry 345, shown by Luchek Cattle, Raptor L, Moto Moto. Attention in the arena for the Supreme Drive. We only need the champions. No reserve champions, only champions.
I think the smaller of these two bulls is the bull that suits me the best. If you really study this bull, you appreciate the shape and dimension out of his top. He's very expressive in his round and lower quarter, and he's a bull that's just really neat and attractive through that front end, and he's got enough middle and rib shape to go with it. Just a high-quality bull. Nothing to take away against this bull that comes in second in the class. I really appreciate the depth of body and shape of rib that he has. He's just a little flatter in his muscle pattern, and he's just a little bit coarser made up through that front end. Two nice bulls. Congratulations.
They're bringing in the drive for your senior bull calf champion out of class 35, entry 70, shown by Ava Noriega. Champ, Mr. Undeniable. Class winner from 36 is entry 345, shown by Luchek Cattle, Rafter L. Moto Moto. Standing by for reserve is entry 68, shown by Ava Noriega. Champ, Mr. Limitless, 150J7. This is for senior bull calf champion.
We get out here for senior bull calf champion. The calf in the first class is really a calf that's made very similar to the one in that second class. I think if you study him, he's good middled. He's got enough muscle and bone to him. He's one that's fairly attractive through his front end as well. Granted, he's not as extreme in that. He's not as big back, not as expressive muscled, and not as big footed and bone. But that's a nice, high quality prospect. So for me, it's pretty easy. The bull in the second class will end up being your calf champion, and the bull out of the first class will be your reserve calf champion.
We have a couple single entries that were never in the ring before and were automatically division winners. Out of class 32, we have entry 422, shown by Brianna Hicks, BH Moneyman, 701K. Your senior bull calf champion was entry number 345, shown by Luchek Cattle, Rafter L. Moto Moto. And from class 30, entry 444, shown by Cheyenne Durheim, Diamond JV Joker 23J. Standing by for reserve out of class 36, second place, entry 68, shown by Ava Noriega, Champ Mr. Limitless, 150J7. This will be for Champion Ultra Bull.
Well, not a lot of numbers in this Ultra Bull division, but there's certainly some quality. The calf down here on the end that wins the first division is one that's very patterned extremely well. I like the extension of front end, the length of body. He's got some rib shape as well. He's a bull. He's probably not the most expressively muscled out here, even as you project what he's going to do down the road. But I think he's adequate in that, and he really appreciates his skeletal design. The middle bull here that we just sorted through that division is really a cool looking bull. I like the way his neck comes out high out of his spine, and he's got some shape and dimension. Just a high quality fallborn there. And then we come down with a single entry division, Mabel, that's certainly really a high quality bull as well. He's a bull that's got some thickness from end to end, enough bone, but at the same time, he's got a lot of eye appeal as well. So I think it's fairly close between your grand and reserve of this ultra division. I'll go out and slap your champion, but let's give him a big round of applause.
Champion Ultra Bull goes to entry 345, shown by Luchek Cattle. And your reserve champion Ultra goes to entry 444, shown by Cheyenne Duran. This concludes our Ultra Bull Show. The next thing entering the ring will be the Supreme Champion Female.
Attention in the ring. If you're a sponsor and you would like your banner, please come see us at the announcer stand at the conclusion of the show, and we will take it down so you can take it home. So if you're a sponsor and you would like your sponsorship banner, please come see us at the announcer stand at the conclusion of the show.
Well, as these two females in the red Brangus and the Brangus come out here, I'm really pleased with both of them. I think as you study these two individuals, you could see a lot of similarities between the two of them. They're just females that have got some middle, some muscle and soundness, but at the same time, they've got some eye appeal through that front end and extension of front end as well. And so just a high quality set of females in both reds and the blacks, and it's been a pleasure to sort through them today, and I appreciate the opportunity with that. I think there's one that's just special, and I've talked about her a lot all day, and nothing to take away again from the other one that gets left standing, because that one is equally good as well. It's just sometimes you get females that come along not so often, and those are hard to come by. So let's give these two individuals out here a round of applause, and I'll go out and slap your Supreme Female Champion.
Your Supreme Champion Brangus goes to Luchek Cattle Company. Congratulations.
And we get out to the blacks and the reds. And again, I think there's two really high quality individuals out here. And I do think it gets a little closer when we're trying to pick our Supreme Bull. And I think there's some subtle differences between the two bulls. I've talked them a lot. I'm not going to talk them anymore, but give these two exhibitors a big round of applause. Two really good bulls here today. Again, both the red and the black.
Supreme Champion Bull goes to MP Brangus. Congratulations. We have the Supreme Ultra competition in the ring right now.
Well, as we begin to wrap up today, it's certainly been a pleasure to sort through the cattle and work with the exhibitors today, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I love Brangus cattle. I just think they're really a quality breed of cattle, and they have a good purpose, both on the red and the black side. I think in this ultra division, there's two really good individuals out here. There's one that I think is just a little bit higher quality and kind of a unique individual that's got a lot of breeding potential or value down the road as well. So give these two exhibitors a big round of applause, and I'll pick your Supreme of the Ultras.
Your Supreme Overall Ultra Female was won by Catherine Allen, entry 133. Congratulations.